Hello, everybody. Back today to play some Rogue Trader. Last time, we finished up our business in the Bricad system. And somebody stole the sun. And shortly after the world we had just finished saving, basically all turned to chaos. And then we blew it up. Good times. We've just arrived in the Furibundus system. Headed to Footfall up here. And immediately we are being confronted with some hostile looking ships. So we're going to find out what that's about. Might get our first little bit of ship-to-ship combat. See how that goes. Oh yeah. Two Cobra-class destroyers. Moving the ship in combat. You've been engaged. You have engaged the enemy in space combat. Battles in space and on the surface of planets work quite differently from one another. In space combat, the battlefield is separated into 3 zones marked by various degrees of brightness. Acceleration zone, mid-movement zone, and end-movement zone. Ships travel at high speeds even during combat, which is why both your ships and those of your enemies must move a certain distance each round. You can only end your turn once your ship has traversed the minimum required distance upon entering the end movement zone. Okay. To move the ship, click on any accessible cell on the battlefield. Once you do, you will see a hologram of your ship that will allow you to evaluate the efficiency of future attacks and actions from that position, just as you would in regular combat. Click left mouse again to confirm your choice and command the ship to move. Alternately, you can click right mouse button to remove the hologram. Okay. Looks like we have our weapons here. Kind of seems like the ship combat is similar to how it was in the Fantasy Flight game. Maybe. I don't know that we actually did ship-to-ship combat when we played the tabletop, though, so I guess my familiarity with this kind of combat actually comes more from Starfinder. But it had the same kind of deal. You got your guns that have their different firing arcs. What is this one? Restart shields. Okay, well, if we're going to, say, take out this guy here with our... Well, what do we have? Mars Pattern Macro Battery. Short-range broadside macro cannons, which fire 4 shots, dealing 14 damage per shot. We have one on the other side as well, starboard and port. Mizoa macro cannons on our dorsal. Short-range dorsal macro cannons, which fire 2 shots, dealing 14 damage per shot. So it's fewer shots than these, but it's a much wider firing arc. You can see it. Looks like it encompasses 3 firing arcs in one. Now we can ram. Deals damage. This damage is increased 10% for each void movement point spent by the flagship to get to the enemy ship, but only after traveling 3 cells. The flagship is then slowed and unable to use prow-mounted weapons until the end of its turn. Okay. Mizoa lance weapon. Alright, so that's forward-facing. Long-range lance weapon dealing from 45 to 55 damage to a chosen enemy within a narrow firing arc. So we get the one shot. Looks like the damage is comparable to 4 full broadside macros. Just in a single shot. And we have torpedoes. Launch 4 torpedo salvos with plasma warheads in the selected location. These torpedoes can move and attack starting from the next round. Okay, so they take a little bit to get to the enemy. When attacking, each torpedo deals 19 damage on a direct hit and 13 within a 1-cell area on a miss, detonating on a proximity fuse. Okay. We got our health. What is this here? Swing run. Flagship flies in a straight line, making a full U-turn at the end of its movement. Cooldown 1 to 3 rounds at random. Torpedo control gives control of the nearest torpedo salvo, granting it 5 movement points. Only works on torpedo salvos that were launched on another turn. Okay, it looks like we have ship rolls here too. That was another thing that both Starfinder and the tabletop of Rogue Trader had. Alright, well, let's say... What do they have? Macro cannons. Probably on their sides. So they're most likely going to want to roll up on our port or starboard side. I imagine this is the same. Yeah. Well... we do this. Could hit him with our lance, I guess. Your ship is equipped with an arsenal of weapons, which differ in terms of range of fire and offer you a variety of ways to assault your opponents. The ship can attack with each of its weapons once per turn. Oh, okay. They can be fired as the ship moves, as attacking does not end the ship's movement. Each weapon has a separate attack action on the panel at the bottom of the screen. You can click on an attack's icon to view its firing arc and consider what position on the battlefield would be most advantageous for your ship. Select an attack action on the panel at the bottom to attack an enemy with. Then click on the enemy ship. Each turn, you can use each of your ship's attacks once. Maneuver your ship in battle and attack with different weapons to make the most out of your ship's capabilities. Okay, so if we do a lance, zap. Defenses. Some ships are protected by shields. To deal damage to such enemies, you must first pierce their shields. 2 shield arrays cover the ship's sides. One protects its bow, one its stern. When facing an enemy ship equipped with shields, choose your angle of attack wisely and direct your fire at a side where the shields are weakened or completely depleted. Note that enemy shields recover each round. The Rogue Trader's flagship is likewise protected by shields. If the enemy attacks you from the side where your shields are weakened or depleted, the ship will take damage. Flagship's damage shields do not recover at the start of the next turn. Instead, they can be restored using the restart shield action on the panel at the bottom. Restarting the shields reduces the flagship's combat efficiency on the reduces the flagship's combat efficiency. On its next turn, it will have reduced movement speed and firing range. Okay. So I think our lance ripped off their shields. Bloop. Wow. You fired a torpedo salvo. Torpedoes will appear next turn in the priority order. Once their turn begins, you'll be able to direct them. Your own torpedoes can pass through the space occupied by your flagship without damaging it. Ooh. As soon as your torpedoes reach a cell adjacent to an enemy, they explode. Enemies can attack your torpedoes and destroy them before they reach their target. One well-placed shot destroys one torpedo in a salvo. Okay. Well, let's use our... Can we ram? Probably not through the torpedoes. And I think didn't it say we need 3 cells? Although, I think we did get that. Let's do our macro cannons. And can we do this? Boop. Oh my goodness. Well, that certainly did the thing. Restart shields. Took some damage there. Apparently we didn't need to fire those torpedoes, and the rest of it is too far away. Righty, so we have the torpedoes. Making a big ol' loop here. Should have fired those torpedoes before we moved, because then we could have, well, they would actually be right where they are right now, but we could try to curve them out to the other guy. We have to remember that next time. Okay. So we're gonna have to... Let's follow the torpedoes. Our movement got slowed. So we can't make a big turn there. Alright, torpedoes look like they might be able to hit them now. Self-destruct 2 rounds, unless they can't. What is this? Oh, detonation. Blam. Wow. That was a lot of damage. Ugh, can almost... Oh, looks like we can take a shot on him here. Just barely. Oh, it looks like they're trying to flee. Can't hit him with anything else. Disengaging. 4 rounds. Tries to disengage and power up its warp engines. If we can get them into lance range, we can probably take them out. Gonna have to use those lances with how far away they are. Okay, those are pretty long range. If we do this, there we go. See if we can hit him from here. 80%. Yeah. Got some damage in there, but not enough. They're cruising. Torpedoes definitely are gonna catch up in time, I don't think. Boom. Goodbye. The achievements, you guys can't see it, but the achievements on this game are busted. Just got 2 of the same achievement for completing 10 void combats. This is our first one. Enemy attacks can penetrate your shields and damage your ship's hull. This damage remains after the battle is over and must be repaired. Once the void ship open the void ship management screen to make repairs to your ship. Use scrap to repair your ship and restore its hull integrity. Scrap can be found while exploring star systems, collected after certain space battles, or purchased from merchants affiliated with various factions. We got ancient machinery, 32 scrap, XP. An indicator of the overall power of the Von Valencia's flagship, the efficiency of its combat post, the durability of its hull, and the might of its weapons. Prevailing over enemies in space battles advances the flagship's level, which enhances its parameters and unlocks new abilities. Post improvements and combat upgrades. I guess the combat posts and post improvements must be the those like combat roles that you can assign people to. Okay, well that didn't go too bad. It was pretty quick. Sometimes space combat in games can really drag out. But that was nice. Alright, so we got a dead world here. Here's Alter Templum Calixix X17, which is a explorator base, I believe, of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Drussus's blessing. Must be a pilgrim ship or something. Named after Saint Drusus. And then we have Footfall. I think I just want to go straight to Footfall and we can do some exploring after. Before we get there, let's check the void management. So we got engines, shields, auspexes, armor. Port, starboard, dorsal, prow. 1 and 2 weapons. And full upgrade. Upgrade RAM. Where was the fix thing? Increase hull integrity. I don't think that's what we want. We want, there's something else here. Ooh. Okay, and it get to choose maybe the flagship common post abilities, advanced abilities, ultimate post abilities. Yeah, here's our combat posts. I don't know that it's gonna give us any information on these right now, other than which of these abilities are assigned to the role. Looks like the different posts care about specific skills. Supreme Commander cares about persuasion. Oh yeah, skill required. Master of Cannoneers, demolition. Tech use for Shield Master. Master of Maneuvers is athletics. Warp Channeler is warp lore. And Master of Etherics is awareness. Okay. Is this how we... No, that's just our scrap. Oh, here it is. Hull repair. Costs 11. We have 121. We can upgrade our RAM or our hull. I'm just going to save it for now. Maybe we'll get some options here in Footfall. Voyage Dock Alpha Row. The only place we can go at the moment, so let us go. Right, and Interrogator Heinrichs left us, so I don't have to worry about leaving anyone behind. Well, except these two, but they're most likely not going to be with us. Most of the time, anyways. They're backup. I'm excited to see this place. Hopefully it doesn't crash on us. Oh boy. Okay. Liege representative. Oh, probably for the guy that sent for us. The welcome procession is not particularly long, but it does attract attention. Everyone is dressed in their finest apparel, every button gleaming. Standing in front of the others is a woman with clearly expensive implants. She bows in a solemn curtsy. Rogue Trader, Footfall welcomes you. On behalf of the Liege Lord Vladim Takara, allow me to express my joy at your arrival. My liege awaits you at his residence, but should you have other business to conduct on the station, I will be honored to serve as your guide. Okay, so it's Tokara from the what were they called again? The Kizbalika mission. Cassia's lip curls slightly. This is so familiar. Behind the amber-colored scattering of words of welcome, far less appealing hues lurk murky and diluted. The look of someone accustomed to lying and hiding their intentions. Idra jerks her head and shakes it and hisses through her teeth. Someone's coming, and they're coming for us. Watch out, Lord Captain. Abelard sighs and casually places his hand on his weapon. Who's coming? Seems like a silly question. She never knows the specifics of what's going to go on. What's the situation on Footfall? I'm ready to pay the liege a visit. I'd like to look around the station. What's the sitch? There are certain problems, your lordship, but the liege can acquaint you with them far better than I. Behind her polite, soft tone, you detect the slightest hint of nervousness. It's as if she's reciting a reply she has carefully prepared beforehand. You really should talk to the liege about this. She doesn't get a chance to say the rest.
Hey, newcomers!
Good God.
How's this for a warm welcome?
Those aren't newcomers.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Those were citizens. Not one of those bullets hit us. You guys suck. Anver Thug. Armored Anver. Got some shotguns over here. Shotguns over here. What do you got? Scrappy auto gun. Looks like they got the same. Oh, and more auto guns in the back over there. Okay. I have a feeling that Cassia is just going to melt half of these guys in a single turn. As she likes to do. In fact, we should be able to pull that off. Let's maybe do this. Bring them right over here. Cassia will have full view of these folks. And the rest of them can deal with the other guys. Get our melee dudes in position first here. Now let's switch these. Abelard can deploy here. Pascal cannot, so put him there. Argenta. Okay, we'll do... Oh. Idra cannot go there. I guess Argenta will go here. Okay. That should do it. Vaughn gives Cassia a free action. Oh, right. This is our first time getting in combat with our new archetypes. So we have some new abilities at our disposal. What was this one again? Empower their next attack to deal 4% additional damage for every stack of tactical advantage she has, and loses half of their stacks of tactical advantage. So what? She's got 6 right now. Gains 1 stack of tactical advantage for every 5 momentum gained by the Master of Tactician or their allies. Begins combat with an amount equal to their fellowship bonus. Right, so if we just do this. A little bit more resilient, these folks. They're still gonna ultra die, but not all of them died instantly. Ooh, doggy. And I think this should hit both of these guys. We could do that, or we could maybe pull a couple of these guys with more health. I think that'll get... there. Might get both of these. Now let's just try to kill these. I'm pretty sure if we go here, 1-1, yeah, that should work, right? Yep. Holy cow. Okay, she's up to 16 stats.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Vaughn can just get in cover on this side. Wrap up. Now it's Vaughn's turn again. And he's got his new abilities here. So he can assign a front line. Let's say here.
Nothing I can't do.
A back line. How do we rotate this? Is there a way? Doesn't say. Can be moved again by using this ability again. Rear. What do these do again? Marks an area. The front line. All allies in the front line gain a 11% bonus to armor, and enemies suffer 17% more damage from any source. Front line can be moved again using this action again. Marks an area, the back line. All allies in the back line gain 11% cover efficiency and dodge. 22% damage reduction. I really like to rotate it and have it go right across here, but don't really see that happening. Oh.
Not my specialty.
Oh. Does not have line of sight. Let's move him back, I guess. And then the rear, allies in the rear have 11% range damage, 11% overpen, and 11% crit hit chance. Oh. It does move automatically. It must... The orientation must change depending on where Vaughn is standing. Can we overlap zones? Doesn't look like it because it won't let me place it here. That's kind of annoying. Maybe... It flips horizontal one cell away from where I want it. How would I move that over? What if we move Vaughn here?
Let's see how they respond to this.
There we go. Okay.
All too easy.
And those are all free actions. Move on back. He's got 2 more action points. Give Itera ignore enemy dodge. Oh no, that's if... Well, we could do that. I don't know if you have to have voice of command on before you use this. It says that if a target is under the effective voice of command, then they ignore dodge. And the damage cannot be reduced below 48% for any reason. So the target's next attack ignores cover and has double the effective distance. Alright, and then we can give
my purposes.
Itera some reaction here. And she's got her new stuff. She's a bounty hunter now. Hunt down prey. Bounty hunter may mark any enemy as prey. Whenever the bounty hunter kills a target marked as prey, they gain a stackable bonus until the end of combat. The bonus depends on the enemy difficulty tier. So a 1 to 2, these guys are probably all 1 to 2s. She gains max wounds as temporary wounds. She has 3 charges per combat, and it's a free action.
On it.
Mark 3 targets.
Was that you? Or...
Okay. Give her perfect spot. 25% cover efficiency, 15 perception, and 15 ballistic skill. Next attack against the target affected by an exploit, that target's cover efficiency is reduced, and the attack has a higher hit chance. Hey, Deceiver. What's up? And we can... we could throw some exploits out, but I have a feeling she's just gonna obliterate whoever she shoots. Let's see. Yeah. It's not quite the obliteration I thought it'd be. This guy will die, though. Alright, so let's throw some exploits on this guy. Chilling after running around this afternoon. Cool, cool. And if we... I guess we could kill the guy in the back here. furthest away. Ooh. Oh, there's somebody up there too. I didn't see them. Bloodstained Amelia. Is that a shotgun? Combat shotgun. Way up there though. And we could give her a free attack if we wanted. But rather than do that, I think we're gonna give maybe Abelard a free turn. Looks like a bunch of enemies are going next. That guy. That guy. Let's have...
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
Pascal go. And he's an assassin now. Chooses an enemy in their line of sight. Marks an additional opening on this enemy on whichever side is closest to the assassin. If this additional opening isn't hit by the end of the turn, it disappears. Okay, and that costs him an action point.
Explore does know one route. Forward.
Let's... I really don't need to do that. Alright, let's do analyze enemy on this guy. And can we get any more damage here? Reduced recoil. Enemies have a reduced chance to dodge. Increased recoil on enemy weapons. And allies have an increased chance to dodge. Well, let's see what this aim for the opening is like, I guess.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Okay, so it looks like he puts like a target on whichever side of them he's facing. And if we hit him from that side, it does extra damage. My understanding of how that works. Dodged. If you say so. Okay. That was it. And Vaughn really doesn't have anything else to do here. Oh, there's more guys. Ouch. Oh no. Barely did any damage to Abelard, but he did get knocked prone. And he destroyed Idara's cover. Rude. Oh, let's give her a
But
new
of course.
perfect spot here. Hold on, for some reason the audio seems a little loud here. Actually, maybe. I feel like the music is fine, but the Everything else is kind of loud. Turn that down a little bit. Honestly, if anything, I want to bring the music up a little. Got some good music here. Okay. Let's throw some
Anything else?
exploits on this guy to do some more damage.
On it. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Dead man. Cassia. Our super weapon. Where are those other guys? Oh, up there. Let's bring her over here. Get nice and close. And... ooh. Not quite close enough. This might work. Really puts her out in the open, but as far as I can't see over here from under the stairs. Oh, what about this might work. There we go. Walk towards
I'm not
this.
accustomed to being ordered around. Witness the fury of House Orselio.
Alright, looks like Amelia here resisted, but everybody else had an aneurysm. And let's pull this guy. There he goes. Could lidless gaze or
If I may,
we could have Itera go again.
Anything else?
And throw some exploits on Amelia. He's up to 50 stacks of press the advantage. 200% more damage. Wait, can she just go whack her? I might do that.
I'm afraid not.
Oh no, she's out of action points. And she can't give herself a free turn, unfortunately, but we could give Pascal a free turn. I don't know if he can hit her from here with the axe, but I'm gonna find out.
Request approved.
Alright. 3.
My vow is love.
Oh yeah. Looks like we got bleeding on her. And Cassia can even get into some better cover over here.
My gaze.
Even though she really doesn't need to. She has so many wounds. And she regenerates. She is just unstoppable. Desperate measure. Oop. Here come some more folks. Abelard's still sleeping on the job.
Running binary override.
Load her up with some more exploits.
Requests approved. Running binary override.
Alright, Argenta gets to do something now. She's a ways out.
Doubt is for the weak.
Seeing if she could pick up Abelard or something, but it doesn't really seem like it. Let's give her a controlled shot. Can we do both of these? Looks like it. Okay. Oh, got one of them. Abelard just picked himself up. Alright, Vaughn. Let's shift our battlefield a bit here.
Already done.
Here's our new front line. Oh, but we can only shift one of these once a turn, it looks like. We can set them down all in one turn, but to move them again, looks like you can only do one a turn. Okay. 36%. Vaughn is not a combat boy, but that's why we have everyone else. We could move Argenta, I guess.
Guided by faith.
Give her that
Nothing
voice
I
of
can't
command. Really need to do that first. And then bring it
All
down.
too easy.
Give her another turn. And I guess we should use controlled shot because Pascal is just in that firing range. Oh, I guess it depends on from where, but okay.
As the Emperor
try this.
commands, I act. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Nice. Took out both of them, and we even got a hit on Amelia up there. Oop, should have reloaded with her. Oh, now we can move these ranges. Well, I guess the front line is up here now. And Let's bring Vaughn over this way. Get some cover advantages from the back line here. Itera should be able to end this. 95%. Let's just be thorough.
But of course.
How? Itera. What's a 95%? Oh my goodness. Well, let's expose weakness on her so her dodge is lower. Alright, it's Cassia again. Move her up here and... oops. If this doesn't kill her, it should draw her out of any cover that she's in. No. She died. Well, that was a nice greeting. The shivering young servant looks up at you with horror in his eyes. Emperor, protect me. They killed... Every time. I warn them and they all go, Dear Emperor, our Lord and Savior, how could this have happened? Who could have thought? Itera spits on the ground in annoyance. A gang of puny thugs attacked me. The Emperor's anointed, rogue trader von Valencius. Such a poorly organized attempt on my life can only be seen as a personal affront. Fear not, young man. We took care of the attackers. Do you know who they were? Stop quivering, unwashed worm, and answer me. Who would dare attempt such an outrageous attack? What was that? An attack right on dock? Does this kind of thing happen often around here? Go and report this to the Liege. Who were they? Your lordship, those guys were Anvers. They're a gang. They're the worst, I'm telling you. They're scared of no one, not even Liege Tokara. He glances around like he's expecting more bandits to appear. Does this kind of thing happen often around here? Shooting, yes. Attacks on nobles, not very often. Unless it's the Anvers. They're vicious. Not a week goes by without them killing and gutting somebody. They're wicked heretics. They respect nothing, follow no rules. Go tell the liege. His messenger is not in a state to deliver any messages. Yes, I'm sorry, your lordship. I'll go report to the liege. They killed her. They killed my lady. Oh no, this is terrible. Yeah, so now that you're gone, what's she got on her? Anything fun? We got a chainsword, combat shotgun, a whole bunch of flak armor. We don't need all of that. Cargo. This should be in cargo. I'll just take one black weighty axe. I'll keep one of those on me.
I'm at your service.
Oops. One moment. I have some dinner here. I want to take bites out of it before it gets freezing. Just trying to just decide if we want to switch any of these. The axe is a lot better than the other one we've had. But I don't really like it on Abelard. I really like his current chainsword. And nobody else really does melee besides Pascal, and he's got the huge power axe. Vaughn's sword is mostly for looks. Yeah. Just leave it as is. I don't know if it saved since we defeated her, so I'm gonna do a quick one. Oh, we got some enemies over here too.
I rise to the occasion.
The container is labeled Destination Janus. It is covered in dust and must have spent a long time at the docks. I feel like the audio is still a little high. Might be too low. Try this. Okay. Okay, so we landed here. It's nice to see our Harvest lighter without a bunch of blast marks on it. Actually, let's see if there's anything over here.
Weakness.
No. Some more shuttles down there. Goods. Leaflet. We need no rulers or leaders. We are not an organization. We are a force of nature. A and V. That looks heavy, bud. You got a dolly or something? Got a combat servitor here. The multi-melta. Opticon 22. The tall, hunched tech priest stares at you unblinkingly. A breathing mask conceals his gaunt features. The skin on his hands is of a sickly gray hue, while his augments show sign of combat damage and are plated in black chromium, giving him a general air of lugubriousness. Another new one to me. Initiating identification procedure. This unit is defined as Logis Opticon 22 and is a fully authorized representative structural part of the Cognizance Fleet and the priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Access has been granted to the following options: information exchange, strengthening of diplomatic links, trade deals, donations. Initiating official greeting procedure for esteemed high-value visitors. Glory success to House von Valencius. A binary aria begins to flow from the scratched vox of the tech priest's chest. Requesting information exchange regarding contractual obligation Logisticar Theta. Pascal and Opticon 22 exchange glances and a short series of binaric signals before bowing their heads in satisfaction. Opticon 22's head bows noticeably lower than Pascal's. Well, let's make a trade deal, then we can ask some questions. target originator. Whenever a hit from an enemy with a deadeye, whenever the wearer hits an enemy with a deadeye shot, it reduces the enemy's deflection by 1 and applies 1 exploit until the end of combat up to 3 times. Don't mind if I do. Stim. User immediately gains 4 movement and 4 action. For the next turn, both are reduced by 2. These gloves allow the wearer to parry melee attacks with a ranged weapon using ballistic skill instead of weapon skill. And we can grab the rest of those. I really don't see a reason not to just pick up everything we can. Not like it actually costs us anything. What is Logisticar Theta? Under the contractual obligation in question, 34.761 Terran cycles ago, the Explorer Cognizance fleet received from representatives, authorized units, of the Von Valancius dynasty a volume of high-grade promethium equal to the fuel capacity of 6 Tintillion void tankers. Received it and didn't pay. Compensate, remunerate, settle accounts. Should I go on, or is that enough synonyms? The stipulated payment reciprocal offering from the Cognizance fleet can be made to the Von Valancius assets at the current time, after which the contractual obligation will be fulfilled, archived. Confirm your status regarding the acceptance of the payment reciprocal offering. Confirm, or just be a nice guy and say, consider it a gift. Let's just confirm the payment. The request is accepted. The sacred machines will be loaded into the hold of your vessel. Contractual obligation Logisticar Theta is concluded. The Cognizance fleet thanks House Von Valancius for its cooperation. I seek the friendship of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus is interested in, considers expeditious, cooperation with rogue traders. Under the terms of the Treaty of Mars, it is willing to provide services to the Von Valancius dynasty. The priority of service tasks can be raised if diplomatic links are strengthened. The Cognizance fleet will be glad alternative unavailable. Oh. Glad alternative unavailable to accept. 1. Any samples of sacred technology. 2. Samples of profane xenotech. 3. Miscellaneous items. Reminder: storage, study, and or disposal of the aforementioned objects, with the exception of 3 miscellaneous items, is the preferential right of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Explorator fleet will also accept information about planets in the Coronis expanse that have not been previously recorded in the planetary register. What do you want information about planets? Omnifaceted study of the Coronis expanse is the sacred mission operational objective of the Cognizance fleet. Information about the planets and star systems of the Coronis expanse will be compiled, studied, and transferred to the holy repositories on Mars upon completion of the Great March of Exploration mission. This process increases the totality of knowledge and decreases the totality of ignorance in the universe. We have not done any of that. Why are you interested in xenotech? Isn't that heresy? The Cognizance fleet finds it is reasonable to believes, that forbidden knowledge in the hands of the laity causes destruction and violates violations that go against the Omnissiah's will. Weakness of mind and will unleashes xenoheresy, which consumes the laity whole. Hold on. Usually when I'm exposed to a new word, I can guess what it is based on the suffixes or prefixes. My guess of the language it's from. I don't know this one. Laity. Lay people. As distinction from the clergy. Okay. That makes sense. An example that demonstrates... this is new. Just want to make sure I'm not rereading. An example that demonstrates the outlined pattern, a void station in the system of the Lagrange belt. The system of Lagrange's belt. According to the data available to the Cognizance fleet, the heretics on the station have trade relations with Xenos for the sake of obtaining dangerous and pernicious technology. The destruction of these heretics is of high priority, but not high enough to demand immediate action. Okay. Questions? Information assistance will be provided. Opticon 22, that's a strange name. Well, it's certainly not Pascal. The designation Opticon is an identifier with an illustrious history, a significant number of archive references, and is used by many explorators in the Cognizance fleet. The extension 22 is a custom edition made by the current unit, designed to highlight the unit's unique personality. That's great. A little bit of flair. He added a number to it to make it unique. It's like when you're picking out a username and you gotta throw some numbers at the end of it because somebody else already has it. What is the Cognizance fleet? That's their explorator fleet in the region, right? The Cognizance fleet is an explorator fleet produced by the Adeptus Mechanicus for the purpose of surveying, optionally conquering, the Coronis Expanse. The fleet's core squadron is located in Data Classified, while auxiliary echelons and autonomous void vessels are operating throughout the entirety of the Coronis Expanse. May the Omnissiah's favor be with my tech comrades. Pascal reverently touches the explorator signia on his robe. You're an explorator. Why are you here instead of exploring faraway systems? This unit functioned as a senior planetary scout for the duration of Data Classified procedural cycles. It was distinguished with 1. 3 promotions by 1 grade, 2. The right to a Tier 2 sacred augmentation, 3. A notation in the fleet-wide archive as a valuable unit. After a reconnaissance mission in the Tenaris system, this unit was promoted to the rank of Logis and transferred to Footfall in order to perform. My lips don't want to make P sounds. Perform the functions appropriate for its current status. There is something close to wistfulness in Opticon 22's otherwise emotionless voice. My archive contains data on the reconnaissance of the Tenaris system and the associated special circumstances. I express my respect for a veteran and adherent of the fleet. Valid assessment. The Tenaris system was a great test of faith, an assessment of this unit's durability threshold, an act of destructive xenocide. What happened in the Tenaris system? Pascal and Opticon 22 turn to you and snap in unison. Data Classified. Sorry for asking. What are you doing on Footfall? This unit performs 1. Residential representation, 2. Maintenance of the bureaucratic machine for the purpose of ratification of insulating boundaries, 3. Management of the Kappa thread supply line, 4. Compilation of astrographic reconnaissance data. Abelard lets out a long, heavy sigh. He's sighing a lot today. There was once a tech acolyte in Lady Theodora's retinue who knew the unique language of the esteemed tech priest. I only began to realize the true value of his abilities after he'd been devoured by a xenobeast on some nondescript world. Pascal, do these words have a translation? You seem to be speaking Gothic, but... Right. Oh, very straightforward. Pascal? A hiss of static resembling a sigh, everybody's sighing, comes out of Pascal's vox. Opticon 22's functions can be conveyed through flesh speak as functioning the fleet's diplomatic mission, overseeing shipments, ensuring that the laity does not encroach upon the explorator's sphere of interest, and collecting data on star systems. Why are you here and not, say, at the Liege's palace? Prolonged communication with lay people of high social standing causes this unit vexation, desire for forceful cessation of vital functions, grief, decline in motivation, righteous fury, willingness to initiate purity protocol. He had a lot of different feelings about that one. Remaining in an area of repair and maintenance of sacred machines is beneficial to this unit's cognitive functions. This statement is true. The behavioral dynamics typical of lay groups are frequently devoid of logical patterns and are taxing to analyze. No more questions. Information assistance mode deactivated. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Thanks, bud. Where was this combat servitor when I got jumped over here? You were right there. Next time. I expect you there. I know that bird. The local Adeptus Mechanicus uses it to get around. Their boats are easy to tell apart from all the pirates, smugglers, and other scum. Oh. Because it's clean? I guess. Doesn't have any insignia on it that makes it distinct. Ooh. Enforcer light carapace armor. It's a new one. Is that better than anything we have? 25% armor. It's light armor. %, damage reduction. It's 18% more dodge. And 5% less damage reduction. 52. $10 less damage reduction. 19% more dodge. It's just the same on Cassia. Yeah. Looks neat. Give it to her. What is this? Oh, mobile mining outpost. Assembled in accordance with the blessed standard template construct, this small industrial complex can be deployed on practically any world, however inhospitable. The Surf clan assigned to it will devote itself to the maintenance of its sacred mechanisms and the extraction of resources needed by the rogue trader. I'm gonna take all of these items off. Have a look at what our options are and reassign these. What is that? Herald Servo Skull. Servo Skull is designed to spread the glory and splendor of its mighty owner. It's a familiar? When did we get that? Just showed up in his inventory. Huh. Oh. Wait, where'd it... Oh, there it is. Lost track of it. Okay. Immunity to toxic damage. Dim. Gonna give a stim to Argenta, Abelard, and Pascal. Put at least one med pack on each of these. Can anybody else use those? No. Fire grenade creates a burning area, which lasts for 3 rounds. Deals 10 fire damage with 20% armor pen on impact, and inflicts burning 6 for 3 rounds. Deals 12 to 24 impact damage. Mechanicus is bae. I agree. Let's look at this boy. Can't wait to get this pistol upgraded into something else. Really like a plasma gun or a cannon would be nice. Force grenade. Gas cloud. Toxic area, which lasts for 4 rounds and deals 8 toxic damage to anyone who enters the area or starts their turn inside of it. IRL cybernetic augmentation when? Yeah, right? About to build my glasses right into my face. Five energy damage. Pushes the target 2 cells away. Oh. Forgot these. Alright, well let's give Itera maybe the force grenades. One force grenade. Alright, and Cassia can just take the rest of whatever we got here. Looks like that's it. I could give her a... No? There we go. Stim. Sure. Alright, and we got some new gear here. Whenever the wearer hits with a Deadeye shot, that would be a... Ooh. Nice. What slot is that? Like an accessory or something? Like a ring, it looks like. Reduces enemy deflection and applies an exploit. Parry melee attacks with range weapon using ballistic skill instead. Give her that. And was there anything else new? We can put this in cargo. Because we don't have any other heretics. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Is that my familiar? Looks like it.
What advice do you seek?
The dead dude. Just labeled as goods. Before rogue trader von Valencius, guardian of order, ruler of great and lesser worlds, warp strider of the Coronis expanse, may the world tremble. What? Abelard's just going off.
None shall stand in
How
my
do
way.
we... How do we get there? Oh. What are these? Some kind of code to open that up. Come and buy goods from the best Recologer crew. May the world tremble. Oh, that wasn't Abelard. That was my familiar. Can't really get a good look at him. Oh. The Footfall dockyard is a blessed wonder of the all-powerful Omnissiah. The rest of the station is extraneous, a superfluous appendage. The dam is not a man to be messed with. A far cry from the old liege. Trying to see here. Stuff in the way. Internal report. I'm writing to inform you that 2 days ago the discharge was interrupted by a raid launched by the Anvers gang. In the attack, 3 loader servitors were put out of commission. Furthermore, 1 cargo container, serial number, etc., was stolen along with its contents. Okay.
A new challenge for me?
What's going on here? Rank 5 functionary Morbicio Cavalli. Wait my turn. Hard to see with all this stuff here. Grenadier's cloak. Wearer and their allies are immune to damage from the wearer's grenades.
Done.
The container is marked foodstuffs, but it's empty and by the looks of it has not been moved in a while. What are you doing? Servitor's mechanical parts produce a quiet whirring, occasionally interrupted by clicking. To the rest of Footfall. What is this? Rank 5 functionary, Alangar Questoris.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
What is this? Nope. Strange memo. 1. The holy book by the altar. 2. That damned, void damned customs guy. He's always on duty. Does he get any time off? Does he ever leave for a piss? Is he a servitor or something? 3. Guess what? 4. Hangar by the window. Remember to bow to the emperor through the window. Holy book by the altar. The corpse looks horrifying. The victim was thoroughly beaten before being shoved between shoved between the boxes. One of the hands is clutching a bloodstained paper.
I did fine.
At first glance, these look like standard containers, but their frames have been reinforced and their sealing improved to keep the smell in. They're used to transport contraband. My familiar is taking up space with his words.
I won't tolerate weakness.
What's going on here? Is this the Kazbalika? Cargo changes notice. Fuel has been replenished. Fuel has been removed. Fuel has been created. Fuel has been replenished. Cargo uniform kit has been replenished. Provisions, jewelry, miscellaneous. Huh. Are we like selling our cargo here or something? Not sure what all that is.
Follow my lead.
Let's whoop, whoop, whoop.
It's about time.
The Anvers are driving us up the wall. Aristocrats. Anybody with a name here? Finest wines from Janus. Whoa. The size of that statue out there. Holy moly. The walls of the container have been rusted and its contents rotted away. I just gotta keep this open. It's kind of in my way though. A situation that is not uncommon for shipments trying to pass through Imperial customs. Do they have to open these with a bunch of people pushing a... I don't know what you call these things, actually. We see them in medieval castles or something. Couldn't tell you what they're called. Pilgrim. Footfall at last. Will I really hear one of Reverend Hieronymus's sermons with my own ears? A lot of text going on here.
Excellence matters.
Small altar. The central spot has been given to Drusus, a saint from the neighboring Calixtus sector who was widely revered in the Cronus Expanse. Can't even see his face. Okay, well. I think we might be able to leave here. There is loot about. Loot about. Leaflet. Now is our time, not theirs. Go to their homes, drag them out of their beds, carve open their bodies like carcasses at a slaughterhouse. The Imperial Navy, Casbolica, Corda, von Valentius, their names mean nothing now. Tomorrow we'll erase them from memory. Go and seize power as much as you can carry. There's one back here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Same thing. And I think this is that one that we couldn't reach yet. But let's double check.
A new challenge for me?
Yeah, it is. Alright. Let's move on. To the shadow quarters. I'm gonna take another bite of my dinner here. Okay. Guys, cape is doing some weird things. Why are they wearing capes? The gaps in this thing look a little dangerous, no? That's definitely bigger than a foot. You step right through that. Oh. Why are your recollections of this so blue? Oh, this is Argenta. Here. The Shadow Quarters. When I was last on Footfall, I used to take my weapon and wander this area, anticipating an encounter with a mutant or bandit. And then Cassia says, why are your recollections of this so blue? And the more you talk about it, the darker the blue becomes. Another big old statue. Nowhere near the size of the other one, but
I'll lay
what is
claim to the
oh, we can't go that way. These need to be torn down. That is straight up heresy.
None shall stand in my way.
All y'all are getting guilty by association by leaving those up. I'll tear them all down if I need to. Who holds a flamer like that, you idiot? We're we're almost refueled here. We'll show you how it's done. I'm just not feeling it anymore, that's all. The guy is pretty much a cinder now. It was a lot of fun when he was alive and thrashing about. What has he got there? Is that a thunder hammer? Thing's huge. I'm gonna go take it off his corpse.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
I will take you down.
Ooh, it is. Look at that. Here comes another training target for us. Fire it up, you lot. Thunder hammer. Two-handed. Might give that to Argenta. Specialist. Oh. Stun grenade. Alright, well, where can Cassia deal the most damage here? Probably right up front. Get a power off right here and whack all of them. Just gotta have Vaughn within sight of her. Somewhere. Maybe there. I think Itera might be able to set up right here and have a good shot over most of this area. magenta. Either there or here. Probably here. And then these two. Put them there. Switch these. Okay.
Suits my purposes.
Cassia. Can I get this guy down here? And that guy up there? Yep. And
Me,
boop.
if you insist, Captain.
Yeah. They actually survived.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Alright, Vaughn. Let's set up our battlefield positions here. Where is this gonna go? Oh, this guy's going very soon.
Absolutely not.
No line of sight. Well, say that this is the back line. Give him a cover bonus. The rear, I'll give that to Idra. And then front line. Let's maybe try it right here. Okay. Voice of command on whom? We're gonna want one of them to get out there ASAP.
Already done.
Let's do Idra though, and get her set up and start taking shots on Ember here.
Was that you? Or anything else?
Just do that one. Let's do a
On it.
exploit.
No can do.
Here we go. And we can have somebody move. would pull Cassia back, but again, she's one of the toughest members of the party. Well, her dodge and damage reduction aren't super high, but she has a lot of HP and she's got regen to make up for it. Can maybe, I don't know, I don't really want to move anybody out of where they are.
I don't have time for this. Watch and learn.
There we go.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Hmm. I really want to have her fire a rapid fire into this range here. Try to hit all these guys. Though she does have a decent enough shot here. Yeah. Let's do rapid fire.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Okay. Hit all 4 of them. Killed 1. Could even have her run and gun. Yeah, why not? Move her over here. And just pop off a shot.
Doubt is for the weak.
Finish that guy, hopefully.
Strike
There we
is
go.
a prayer.
Just a minor setback.
Rude. Hmm. %100%. Can't really get anyone with that. Let's do voice of command on Abelard. Give him a action and see if we can charge somewhere here. Oh, we could charge this guy. We do sworn enemy. And then charge him. Don't think he's supposed to be in the same cell as her, but Okay. Might be able to take this guy out if we do the daring breach here. And just wail on him until he's dead.
My duty. Grey hair, sure hand.
High momentum.
There we go.
I've suffered worse. My place is at the fore. Victory is an exemplary strike.
Okay. Now, can she just get her to move? Hopefully give her a little more vision here. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Dead men.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Why does this say it's from Heinrichs? He's not even here. To endure, get some temporary HP. And we can charge again.
Reduced to dust. I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Abelard is a dancing queen today. Dodging all those flamethrowers.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Oh yeah, I forgot there's the... Well, I think there's fire right here, but can't really see it. Let's maybe try a plasma shot. Could do it right here and potentially hit Abelard, but also maybe hit the other two. I don't think so. What? No. 28.
Request approved.
Alright, this should kill him if it hits, I think.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Ah. Almost. Well. No, I'll just leave it. Okay, Idra. There'd only be 2 enemies left here. Let's mark both of these.
But of course.
Kaboom. And we can finish this guy off.
Bust more confused.
Alright, Vaughn.
Forge ahead!
He can move up here. Oh, there's... You can't see that fire. Where is that? There's flames right here. But... He caught fire when he went... Looks like maybe here? Really hard to see where that is. Alright. Brought that guy over.
Me? If you insist, Lord.
Kablam. Alright, what do they got on there? Little corpses. Fire Blessed Carapace. 45% armor. Grants the wearer +2 to deflection and 20% armor against fire damage, as well as immunity to burning. And 10% more armor against melee attacks. Woohoo! And a thunder hammer. Heck yeah. 40% AP. Anver's note left from Cinder's crew. He's waiting for you. You know the place, so be there on time. The turn can be seen from the entrance to the Adeptus. Make sure some gawker doesn't see where you're going. Okay.
You are in the presence of House Orcelio.
%10 more damage reduction. And a bunch of other bonuses. Well. Don't look the prettiest, but pretty good. Real Mad Max vibes. And the Thunder Hammer. Unfortunately, she's not going to be able to use her bolt pistol with it, but I guess that's not a big deal. Why is she standing like that? Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna have to increase her weapon skill. think her animation might be broken. She's not, like, idling. She's just stiff. See how he's breathing. Even Pascal. It's just broken. Grenadier's cloak. Does anybody not have a cloak? Surely we're all filled here. Yeah. Not a big deal. We almost never use grenades. Was there? No. Bolt pistol? No. Nobody else can use the bolt pistol besides Pascal. So I guess we'll just hang on to it. Oh yeah, we got the combat shotgun too. Maybe give Abelard 2-weapon fighting and turn him into a berserker. No, I actually like his little pistol he's got there. He doesn't use it very often, but he usually manages to hit with it.
I won't tolerate weakness.
How did this happen? The huge walls that rise above the chaotic buildings of Footfall are strikingly different from the small houses and squalid huts sitting huddled under the soaring arches. There's a good view of the statue out there. Forget what it's called. I remember reading about it in the tabletop description of Footfall. The thing is just absolutely massive. Yeah.
Follow my lead.
Operation successful.
It's about time.
What you doing, dude? Getting his steps in.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
What is this? Clear the rubble. Grenadier's gloves. Using grenades costs 1 less AP for the wearer. Enemies suffer 2 additional damage from the wearer's grenades.
A new challenge for me.
A well-worn poster with a call to serve the Imperium.
I won't tolerate weakness.
From behind the closed doors, you hear the humming of primitive washing machines and the voices of laundry workers singing simple songs. Wastewater, unsafe for drinking even after purification, is now being used for laundering. I'm sure that will cause no ill effects. What is going on back here? Silhouettes of a couple people kicking somebody. What is this?
Follow my lead.
Right then, what have we here? Double rations for you and for your husband. I thought your husband kicked the bucket. 2 rations for me and my husband. Here's the stamp and the signature. It's all in order. You sure this is a stamp? I can't make it out at all, and the letters don't fit in the boxes. These papers aren't fake by any chance, are they? No, Warden, the papers are as real as they come. People in the crowd look greedily at goods for which they have neither coupons nor money. We got another box carrier walking in place over there. Two families were found dead in the southern blocks of the Shadow Quarters, their bodies covered in sores. The area had been quarantined and all who breached the restriction are being killed on the spot. No surprise there. A transfer of power took place within House von Valancius. Rogue trader Theodora is dead. Her heir von Valancius has arrived on Footfall for a visit. Incendia Corda has replaced Caligos Winterscale as Footfall's greatest Patreon. Get ready to show some piety. Lady Takara, Lord Takara has officially permitted rock gut to be made by anyone. Lord Takara also owns every workshop that makes distillery equipment on Footfall. Unofficially, of course. Just a rumor. Boy. Extermination Brigade Sergeant. The man stops and salutes you with his flamer. Your lordship, what an honor. The whole of Footfall is talking about the new head of House von Valancius. Foreman of Footfall Utility Crew 3 at your service. What you doing? Just burning rats, and some trash, and some parasites of other sorts. The district's under quarantine, you see. It got hit by something nasty, a disease, or maybe it wasn't a disease, just some bugs and worms that crawled out from some ship or other. It's a bit odd that it happened here and not at the docks, I'll grant you. Things like that usually start there. They even sprayed the place with some gunk to kill all the bugs and worms. But I guess something slipped through. 2 families in that block way over there snuffed it, and the Liege wasted no time getting the district surrounded so nobody could leave. So you don't know exactly what happened in the district. Disease, bugs, or something else? Where did the victims die? What measures have been taken? Are people trapped in the quarantine zone being provided with aid of any kind? So they don't know exactly what it was. 1,000 apologies, your lordship, but no, we don't. And we'd rather not find out. Who in their right mind would want to get closer to whatever it is? We've contained the foulness, and that's good enough if you ask me. How did they die? Who knows? They found them with their hovels, found them in their hovels, already dead, blue sores on their bodies, and they stank something awful, which is why the lot that found them didn't even risk looting the corpses. Good on them, I guess. Doesn't mean we'll let them out, of course. What measures have been taken to deal with the problem? You're looking at them. We stand here, burn the foulness, and we've got people standing guard so no one escapes. Put some mines down, a whole load of them for the same reasons. The water, the sewers, all blocked off so to stop communications from getting out. The air's open, I suppose, but the foulness doesn't seem to be airborne. There haven't been any strange deaths outside of the district. Are they being provided with any aid? I seriously doubt it. Of course not. I mean, I heard Reverend Hieronymus has been praying for their souls, which sounded more like retribution fell upon them, and rightly so. That's the most they can hope for. Will they let me in? Your lordship, have mercy. I can't say no to you, but the danger is just as real as to you as it is to the whole station. We'll clear a way for you, but it'll take time, a lot of time, and it won't be easy breaking down the barricades and disarming the mines. He gives you a long look, likely hoping that you'll reconsider, but after receiving no reaction, he gives the orders to his assistants. This is giving me Mass Effect vibes with Mass Effect 2. On Omega, they had that
It's about
plague
time.
that was... What is going on with all these guys? They're all busted. That plague that was going on, and you had to enter the quarantine zone and find Morden there. All these rats. What did that say? The small nook in the stone is empty apart from dust and a few scraps of paper. There's evidence that that the cache once had a small door covering it and a locking mechanism. Okay.
Halt. I noticed something.
Look at that. Buzzsaw. Like that. Even these have like these arch aesthetic in it. Ew. What is this? Well, that's why he's not moving. He's just constantly slipping in place here. Okay, so we got a mine here. Argenta. Careful, rat. That thing might explode you. Argenta. You were supposed to disable it, not step on it. Well,
I'll lay claim to the stars.
she didn't get hurt, but it also seems like there's nothing here. Don't know what the deal is with that.
Victory awaits.
The indistinct hum of discontented voices hangs over the crowd. Street vendors seem to be lacking some essential, and in their what? The street vendors seem to be lacking some essential, and in their impotence, the people do not hold back their angry exclamations and curses. Some essential. Shouldn't there be another word after that? Some essential goods? Got some wanted posters here. What is this? Adeptus Massicus? Adeptus Massicus? What is that?
A new challenge for me?
Oh. Amasecus. Amasec is like beer. So what is this? A tavern? Oh, it's is this a club? What's going on here? Why is there a queue out here? The Martyr's Endurance.
I won't tolerate weakness.
It's the symbol of the Inquisition here. Before you is a compartment of a massive void ship adapted into a living space. From inside the building, the clinking glasses and numerous voices can be heard. Clinking of glasses.
None shall stand
Alright, there's
in my
another
way.
place we can check out. What is in this area then? Anything? No. Okay. Alright, so they're going to be working on letting us in there at
I'll lay
some
claim
point.
to the stars.
It wasn't time that destroyed these tiles. They were definitely pried out with purpose and diligence. I guess that explains why the grate is so big. There was probably something over it before.
Follow my lead.
Is this the quarantine zone? Looks like it. Maybe we get back up using this.
A new challenge for me?
Okay, so we came in from there, right? It's out this way. Oh, we went this way already, right? Pretty big area. This should be the quarantine zone. What's down this? How do we get down
Victory
here?
awaits.
Ooh.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Pay attention.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Pay attention to what? Oh, this. Oop. Another heretical pamphlet. Not allowed.
It's about time.
Okay, so it looks like we're just gonna go to the Martyr's Endurance.
Follow my lead. I'll lay claim to the stars.
Tech use. Under the floor, you can see the remains of the void ship's life support system. It seems whoever dismantled the vessel decided to leave it in place. An entire establishment dedicated to unproductive and parasitical pursuits. A waste of space, station space.
None shall stand in my way.
Do you see that?
I don't, not really. An outline. What is this? No. Okay.
A new challenge for me.
Is this just a giant tavern? Looks like it. Looking for someone to talk to here. Carouse. The decanter used to contain cheap amasec. Which, for the sake of attractiveness, has obviously been enriched with a deodorizing agent. Yum.
It's about time.
Leftovers of pitiful food are stuck to the sides of the plate. Oh yeah, there it is. Adeptus Amacecus. Amacecus. I don't know how you would say it with the us at the end of it. Amacecus. What is this? Is this in a different room? Medicaid.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Stuck to the plates are lumps of sawdust, toxic waste that is sometimes passed off as ordinary nutritious starch. Ew.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
The menu system of the Adeptus Amacecus looks eerily similar to the design of the internal scan of the fuel compartment. Someone has inserted new data into the void ship's cogitator left over from ancient times. They're pumping beer through the fuel lines. It's innovative. Points for creativity.
Victory awaits.
Don't think I'll be drinking here, but it's neat. Oh, hello. Did what? Oh, by the throne. That's him, isn't it? The poor sap got his tongue cut out by the anvers. That's the one. I think he was from the Kazbalika. Well, his troubles are over now. Okay.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Well-crafted power mall. How dare you? We got that thunder hammer. I'm all excited about it. And then you're gonna give me a better version of the shock baton instead. Because now we can... Where is that? Now we can put the bolt pistol back on. That's more what I want her using anyways. Oh, what about... Can we give him the Thunderhammer? Ooh. There we go. That's much better. Didn't even think to give it to him. He is primarily a melee fighter. And he can wield two-handed weapons in a single hand. Yeah. Sweet. That worked out. The upholstery of this dirty sofa The upholstery on this dirty sofa moves slightly. A soft hissing can be distinctly heard from the depths of the furniture. Okay. Well,
I won't tolerate weakness.
enjoy your sofa snakes. What's going on in here? Anybody shooting themselves in the head in this room?
The machine gun grants me insight.
Oh, hey, Ryza. These are the, what were they called? The Fellowship of the Void or whatever. I'm pretty sure those people we killed in the prison there that were working for them told us to come meet her. The woman looks to be in her 40s, and she's surveying you with interest. Her right eye appears almost black against her dusky skin, while her left eye emits a greenish light filtered through the smudged lens of a prosthesis. Her arms are tattooed all the way from the base of her shoulders to her knuckles. Looking for something specific you're buying or maybe selling? Don't be shy, just ask. Old Ryza knows all kinds of folks. My boys will fetch you anything your heart desires. Grandpa Footfall says hello. Ryza's face breaks into a broad smile. That guy's dead. We definitely shot him in the face. That old rascal. I thought he'd croaked in the mines a long time ago. But old man Backfell's still alive and kicking, you say? Me and him have been through a lot of interesting scrapes together. And oh, all the weird and wonderful things we've still acquired. Backfell wouldn't send his regards along with just anyone. You must have done him a good turn, and because of that, old Ryza's going to give you a special discount. Score. What do you have? A serrated greatsword. On critical hit, it inflicts 1 stack of laceration for each stack. All attacks of this sword against the same target deal 10% more damage. Sure. Don't really have anyone to give it to, but I'll take it. Oh, talk to her about some other things. Who are these boys you work with? Ryza lowers her booming, raspy voice. You heard about how the Clipper Saint Cognatius got hit recently? The cargo was cleaned out, everything of value taken. Well, that was my boy's handiwork. We call ourselves the Fellowship of the Void. Got it right. An association of enterprising, like-minded people who help the upstanding citizens of the Imperium rid themselves of the possessions that are weighing them down. You notice Abelard's face twist in disgust. It would seem he has a rather strong opinion on the individuals to whom Ryza refers to as the Fellowship of the Void. Pirates, in other words. Terribly noble of you. Is that so? Very well, let's return to our discussion. Pirates, in other words. Ryza plasters a shocked expression on her face. Please, no need to be so crude. Your esteemed self no doubt is aware that Hieronymus preaches that aestheticism is a virtue, and that only by rejecting material wealth can we ascend in faith. Well, I couldn't agree more. We're merely helping the servants of the Imperium to be a little more like Hieronymus, and taking a small commission for our trouble. What kinds of goods are you willing to buy? Tech is always the best. If it's broke, no sweat, we'll fix it or take it apart. And if you score something so nasty that your fussy everyday traders won't even look at it, fear not, just bring it over. Leave it to me and my boys to find the right buyer. Pascal. The handling of sacred technology by laypersons uninitiated in the Omnissiah's priesthood is a Category 8 blasphemy. Incriminating evidence of profane acts perpetrated by the units named Old Ryza have been recorded for use in future judicial proceedings. Attaboy. She chuckles darkly. Do you mean to threaten me, Tech Priest? Well then, I'll keep a record of this conversation too. I wonder which of us will feel the harsh hand of justice first. Will it be me standing in chains before your brethren, or you standing in an airlock before my boys? Okay, bye. Thanks for the sword that I got on a discount. I got some goods here.
Operation successful.
Is there anything else going on here for us? Nothing on the map. Okay.
None shall stand in my way.
Well, let's get the heck out of here, I guess. We can go to the atrium. Trying to find the Kizbala commission. Maybe after we go there, they'll have the quarantine zone open for us. Come on. You can do it. Okay, yeah, we haven't been here yet. Hey, this guy's got a box and he's actually moving. I like his blue cowboy hat and cloak.
Follow my lead.
Speaking of capes, fireproof. Wearer of this cape is immune to burning. Also, whenever the wearer ends their turn, burning is removed from all adjacent allies. Oop. Some dialogue going on here. Itera. Every time I come here, I nearly go deaf. The sounds of the past assault my ears. Trumpets of glory interrupted by the rustling of rags and the clinking of coins above everything else. Argenta. Be blessed, children of Terra, and may the Emperor's light never forsake you. Abelard. This place is turning me nearly deaf as well, and that's without sorceress voices in my head. If it's not swearing, it's merchants shouting or gunshots. It's the same wherever one goes on Footfall. What is this?
I rise to the occasion.
These columns appeared here back when the station was founded, when it was assumed that Footfall would become a wondrous place within the stars. Surprised the gold hasn't been stripped off. How can the Liege stand for this? They should have stoned them all. I really have to keep this thing open. There's no way to read everything here. Fine then, we'll deal with this ourselves. I just don't like how much space it takes up.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Okay. What's up here? Servitors.
What is that?
Commander's Monocle. Whenever an ally under the effects of the wearer's voice of command ability makes an attack during an extra turn, this attack deals more damage. And a great sword. Okay. Getting a sword collection. What the heck did I just do? Trophy changes? The numerous... Oh, somebody just came out of there. The numerous wounds and injuries indicate that this was a particularly brutal murder. The letters A and V are carved into the victim's shoulder blade.
Yes.
How did you get over here, bud? I had to jump. There's no way he's jumping. Can we get this on Vaughn? Lore Imperium test, use Fellowship instead of Intelligence and gain a +3 bonus. Hi, Sparky. I'm doing good. How you doing? I don't think we're going to put this on anyone else. I think our head slots are mostly used here already. Who else has a decent fellowship? Bonus willpower to lore warp. I guess that's not bad. Gives her a 43 to Lore Imperium and still a 45 to warp. Trying to remember the name of the game I was playing last time. Well, yesterday we played Monster Hunter, and then the day before that we played Cyrilum Ultimate. Thinking about Cyrilum, maybe? Wish I could give these swords to somebody. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, it seemed like a kind of obscure game. It's not something I'd heard of before until I saw it on Steam. I think it was recommended to me based on some other stuff I'd played. Oh yeah, you're gonna pick it up? Yeah, it's definitely one I'd recommend if you're into those sorts of games. Could give the sword to Vaughn. Again, just to show off. Look at that one. Jeez. Which one of these is better? The normal one does more armor pen, got the parry chance. But the other one has the laceration. How to spell it? Here, I'll type it in chat. There we are. Alright. Yeah, we'll give this to Vaughn. His secondary weapons, and honestly his primary weapons, are just vanity pieces. No worries. The first word is not one I would have guessed how to spell based on somebody telling me about it. And these are all grenade-oriented things, burning. I really don't need any of that. Alright. More goods.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
A new challenge for me?
Look, it's the Holy Sister of the Adeptus Sororitas. Argenta's getting
Victory
looks.
awaits.
Gunsmith's Guild. Now you're speaking my language. Xander Sontis's courier service. What did they say? A letter for you. Thank you, thank you. It's been a while since I last received a letter. Hopefully it's from some young lady who's smitten with me. No, these are bills. And he's off. How's the game going? Pretty good. Just landed on this big
I
old
won't
space station.
tolerate weakness.
Having a look around. Seeing what's going on. Ooh. This must be the Liege's palace here. We got lions out front. What did, oh, Itera just said. Vladame will be as slippery as a snake. Like any seasoned operator. I don't need any voices in my head to predict that. Abelard. Some leaders hold on to power with an iron fist, but Tokara isn't the type. He's an opportunist. A brilliant opportunist. World of Rykad Minoris falls victim to dark powers. Remember its demise and strengthen your face. Footfall's Drushian mission accepts donations. Well, they've already found out that Rykad Minoris is gone. Such a sad thing.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
If only we could have done something about that. By order of the Liege, renovation of air filtration system completed on asteroid Dwayne Prime. Oh, What's going on here? They got a mutant locked up. Yaldery. Behavior duplicitous, aggressive. Habitat woods. Diet infants. 2 to 3 a week. Fears the Emperor, righteous people. Oh, they're a Xeno? Okay. Durakara. Behavior, villainy, malice. Habitat everywhere. Hides among people. Diet, doesn't eat. Feeds on blasphemous thoughts. Fears the Emperor, prayer, righteous thoughts. Punish the Xenos. A coin for a go. Punish the enemies of humanity. I don't feel like participating in that. Xenobestus unknownus. Unknownus? Behavior, cruelty, trickery, rampant mating. Habitat void. Doesn't need air. Diet rocks. Fears the Emperor. Fire. Trying to get a look at them. They just look like mutants. Are we sure they're Xenos? They probably have no idea.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Get these out of here. Oh, what is this? Use cogitator. Another gate. What's up this one?
Follow my lead.
Another big sword. Boots. Unyielding Vanguard boots. All allies within a 2-cell radius around the wearer gain a 40% bonus to resolve from the Unyielding Beacon ability instead of the original bonus. So is that
Sometimes you consult
Abelard's
the
thing
appropriate
here?
treatise on Tactica Imperialis.
No, that's
and
brace
weigh
for
your
impact.
best. Sometimes though,
Watching the lazy handle sacred technology.
We must act.
Unyielding Beacon. Who's got that? Furious Recitation.
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain?
Unyielding Beacon. Oh, hey, we hit follower for dogmatic. Grim Determination. Road Trader and their allies gain a 10% chance to survive with 1 wound instead of falling unconscious. Okay. And that'll open up certain dialogue options as well. We're almost exactly equal in iconoclasm and dogmatism now. Trying to find that ability the boots were referencing. I don't know. Unyielding. Oh, wait, hold on. Here we go. Each attack against the Vanguard gives them a stack of Unyielding Beacon. Stacks increase their resolve by up to +1 up to 15. All allies in a 2-cell radius gain a 1/5 of that bonus. Okay, so it turns that into a 40%. increase instead of a fifth. Where did those go? Yeah. But I don't think anybody has that, so not a big deal.
None shall stand in my way.
Oops. Vaughn's going off on his own. The wares here are shoddy-looking weapons built out of questionable parts. I'm sure Pascal is loving that. A small food booth. The portions look meager.
An expected result.
Like pretty flowers overgrown with weeds, the halls of Footfall's former palaces and temples have been overrun by the shabby houses of present-day inhabitants.
Victory awaits.
No, Hieronymus is over there. What is this? Carnival Barker. First mate Dagon. Who is you? The low hum of voices quiets, and a dozen gazes shift to you. The tall man with a shaved head is rubbing his hands together nervously. His opulent clothes are nearly bursting at the seams on his muscular body, and his expression is forbiddingly grim. Still, he is trying to put on an air of friendliness. Greetings. You must be Lord von Valancius. Your lordship, I heard about your arrival on Footfall, of course, and about Lady Theodora's passing, but I wasn't told you're not on the list. He stops. But that's not a problem, of course. Please, come on in. Chaplain is about to begin. But we're waiting for one more of the attendees to arrive. Fidelio. Without Fidelio, it's all been for nothing. Mumbling, the man excuses himself and joins the other attendees. What is going on? You catch sight of something odd before stepping away from you. The man gestures subtly to a nearby servitor, giving it some kind of command. The servitor quickly removes the bottles of emisec and glasses set out for the attendees from a nearby table. He removes the bottles of emisec and sets out for the attendees from a nearby table. I don't know what's going on here. Here, well, let's look around. The gathering you found the gathering you found yourself at seems refined and respectable at a glance. The decorations and the attendees' clothes speak of wealth, and so does the location, which isn't far from the liege's residence. But you notice that most of the gathered are rather imposing physique. Many of them have scars and military-grade implants. Several of the guests look like they're covering the exit. A few are clearly carrying concealed weapons. What the heck is going on here? There's a damaged combat servitor right there. I have a feeling that thing's gonna wake up and start attacking people. What is going on here? I know nothing about this place, but I can feel that something's in the works here. I sense danger and opportunity. That is, a little danger, but a big opportunity. I wonder who this Fidelio is and why they can't start until he or she appears. Judging by the way that fellow with the list was talking about him, it's someone very important, but it's not a name I've heard before. I've never heard that name before either. Well, let's see what the heck is going on here. We got a dead man with an open casket. A funeral service, maybe? Clerk. Oh, what a terrible, sorrowful day. We pay our respects to the life and soul of Footfall Society, a loyal servant of the Imperium, a generous benefactor who spared no expense to keep the fire of faith burning, and an example to all future generations, the most noble and unforgettable Master Bellardo. This loss, the fussy administratum clerk speaks in a strained voice and keeps peeking at a paper with text on it. His speech drags on and on, blending into a monotonous cascade of praises of the late Master Bellardo. Time past 20 minutes, it said. So let us offer a prayer to the Emperor for the repose of Master Bellardo's soul and the prosperity of his heirs. I now pass you over to our most reverend chaplain. The chaplain, a formidable-looking man dressed in the attire of an ecclesiarchy missionary, glares at the gathered crowd. And here you all are, you vultures. Let's offer a prayer then. But if you think that the Emperor, or his messengers, the messengers of his will, in other words myself, does not see into your vile souls, you are sorely mistaken. Chaplain looks at you and gives you a slight nod. I wasn't referring to our esteemed guest, but the rest of you I know all too well. So go ahead, pray for Bellardo's soul. Soon the flames will take him. Fitting end for a life like his. May the Emperor keep his soul. Without another word, Chaplain makes a sign of the Aquila and pointedly turns away from the attendees. What? Effect applied. Adelia. Huh. So... Whoever prepared the body of the gray-haired man lying in the coffin, they did a good job. Even in death he looks majestic. Abelard maintains a grave expression befitting the occasion until he sees the face of the deceased. He frowns. He peers at it with suspicion, then he gasps, astonished, almost dazed. I'll be. This is quite the meeting, if it can be called such under the circumstances. Look at him. The implants left in the deceased body speak of his high standing. Expensive tech is typically extracted from the dead, and only the most prominent and wealthy avoid this fate upon their deaths. Abelard, do you know this man? Do I? I would tell you all about this man, but the words I'd use would be improper at a funeral. This, your lordship, is Jerrican Dens, known back in the day as one of the most notorious pirates in the Cronus Expanse. They nicknamed him Jerrycan for his habit of having a jug or two of promethium on hand. He did love burning things. Oh yes, he was a menace back then. How long ago was it? 60 years ago? I was serving my last days in the Navy when news came of his latest attack. Abelard distractedly runs a hand through his hair. Well, there was a time when the sight of Jerrycan in a coffin would have been enough to make me dance, quite literally. By the throne, I would have danced a jig on the spot. But now, I don't know. No more jumping into the warp right from under the cruiser's nose, eh, you old beast? Who would have thought I'd be at your funeral? It's very grand for a pirate funeral. Is this normal for Footfall? Folks on Footfall are known to turn a blind eye to many things, but the locals aren't so unscrupulous as to honor pirate scum a few paces away from the liege's residence. But no one has heard of Dens for so many decades. I barely recognize him myself. I've seen his face on pics a fair few times back then. I assumed he retired and started a more or less honest life under a new name. What was it they were calling him? Master Bellardo? Argenta. Now I remember. Reverend Hieronymus mentioned the name Master Bellardo as one of the biggest donors to the temple. Step away from the coffin.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Like how we just crashed a funeral. Book of Remembrance. Among the words of parting praise for the deceased, a fresh entry stands out. Repentance with a signature underneath. Vid. The letters are crabbed and barely legible.
It's about time.
Okay.
Over there.
Oop, 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 oop.
Duty prevails.
I will take those.
Follow my lead.
The tall man who welcomed you at the entrance is shifting from foot to foot and keeps glancing around with a gloomy expression. This is an honor, your lordship. Such an honor. Would you spare a minute of your time? I have a request to make. You never introduced yourself. I'm Dagon Othio. I was first mate on Denz's ship. I mean, Master Bellardo's. Given the deceased's former occupation, I have a good idea what role you played under his command. Dagon smirks. They used to call me Torch. He's Jerry Can. I'm Torch. Those were the days. I guess we'll ask questions first, and we'll ask what he wants. How did he die? Badly. He went downhill real fast. Just a year ago, he was still living it up, storming the slum asteroids to shoot riffraff and mutants, and then all of a sudden he was done. His old wounds had caught up with him, and he had plenty of those, both from the old days and more recent ones, like when somebody tried to bump him off 12 years back, I think it was. Did he ever mention repentance to you? No, but I know what you're talking about. The scribbles in his home, right? Yeah, it happened all right. That writing just appeared out of nowhere. On the walls, the mirrors, always the same word, repentance. I told him to get a psyker to check his house for sorcery, but he said no. Too pricey, I guess. He said something about that, how he'd already paid too much for repentance. Not a lot of psychers around, and a single one of them would cost to it as much as a team of top-notch bruisers. Edra. Hey, listen, friend. How long ago did that go on? The writing? Anything else happen in that strange household? Flying knickknacks, furniture, growing tentacles, people dying for no reason? Oh, all kinds of things happen, my girl. Things go flying, people dying too. Servants, that is. Whenever we felt like remembering our glory days and got sloshed on half a jug of the good stuff, that's when it would happen. I remember one time we decided to see who could carve open servitors in the dark quickest. Jesus. Dagon grins, then catches himself and glances at you. Alright, serious talk. No, nothing like that in his house. Nothing sorcerous apart from the writing. As for when it began, Xenos knows. 10, 12 years ago? Xenos knows. It's a weird expression. Idra turns to you and shakes her head. It'd be good to take a look at that writing, but if I had to guess, it doesn't sound like warp influence to me. If something really did take up residence in that house, it would have made a bigger splash in 10 years, like a dozen corpses big. Alright, what do you want to talk to me about? Here's the thing, your lordship. I'll give it to you straight. I'm sorry, I don't know how to talk to lofty folk. Well, Denz, that is Bellardo, my old friend and boss, died, and he had left all he had, and he had a lot, mind you, to this Fidelio. That was kind of rude of him. That's no way to treat your friends. I get it, he left his useless son high and dry, and a good thing too, but his old friend? So I'm thinking, maybe you can step in and set things right? Intervene in the matter of the inheritance, or I don't know. How is this any of my business? Why did Denz leave you out of his will? Oh yeah, we'll ask that first. Old age, you know. His head wasn't the same anymore. Yeah, that's gotta be it. It was just too unfair to fly with him for 10 years and then get nothing for it. Who is this Fidelio? Dagon winces like he has a toothache. I wish I knew. I first heard the name when Denz kicked it. Maybe Fidelio's a whore who put a smile on his face and his golden ears. And so Dens decided to give him the whole kit and caboodle. So what do you want from me? You're a distinguished sort. You are a distinguished sort. You can muscle in on this. You can talk to Chaplain. Keep trying to say the Chaplain, but they're not saying the Chaplain. They're saying Chaplain. He's Dens's executor. And ask about the will. Or maybe you can find Fidelio and have a talk with them too. I mean, who'd want an inheritance that's not rightfully theirs? More trouble than it's worth if you ask me. And trust me, old Dagon can be of service to you if you need anything. I know lots about Footfall and other things. I can help with information. Get you some solid lads for a job. You can use a guy like me. I'll consider it. That's good. That's really great. And then we just attack them. No. Okay, well, where is the Chaplain? How do we get over here? I want to go get the... Ooh, what the book? No. Don't do that. Oh, what is happening? The buzzing crowd has closed in on several harried-looking individuals. Some of their faces are smeared with fresh blood. The angry cries and twisted faces leave no doubt. A massacre is about to take place. Well, that's unfortunate, as Vaughn is off on his own right now. Just cut their throats already. What were they thinking letting that ship dock at Footfall? They're all stricken. No cutting. We get their blood on us, we'll be tainted too. Better burn them. There's a big hand in the way. Hieronymus Doloroso. Hieronymus Doloroso. Be quiet, you scoundrel. A priest clad in a simple black raiment cuts through the crowd like a void ship crossing the sky. You dare pass judgment on others? What arrogance to think you have the right. Argenta starts at the sight of the elderly priest. That's Reverend Hieronymus. I'm surprised he's decided to intervene in a street squabble. Let's intervene. What's going on here? Several dozen gazes bore into you. And who are you supposed to be? Abelard? Pelham. Abelard has just given up on his job of announcing me. I'm von Valentius, rogue trader of the von Valentius dynasty. Raise your voice. I am the judge of the worthless and the executioner of cowardice. Which one of you void rats just dare address me without proper respect? A concerned citizen, an armed one. I suggest you think well before giving me lip. No, let's just let him know. I'm a rogue trader. The rabble-rouser's expression changes completely, and he makes a clumsy attempt to bow, then crumples to his knees. Your lordship, I'm sorry. Sorry for not recognizing you. You see, it's just that it's your first time on Footfall, and we didn't know. Terrified, he falls silent. We were just rooting out heresy here. These scrawny ones, they're from the ship that came from the bowels of the Coronis expanse. They got plague there, and mutants, and now they're spreading that rot everywhere. That taint. They're all... There's the hand again. Silence. You must be completely out of your minds. A band of woefully dim-witted reprobates who think themselves bringers of justice. Who are you to pass judgment on anyone? All you ought to be doing is suffering and repenting till the ends of your days. And what's so wrong about that, Reverend? We just want to put these heretics to death. We're not heretics. The haggard man is on the verge of tears. We're refugees. I swear it on the golden throne. We served the Imperium faithfully until they hung us out to dry. Where were the protectors that were meant to shield the lands of humanity from nightmares? Traitors and heretics, the lot of them. A murmur runs through the crowd. The people gawk at you, at the priest, at the wretched group huddling in the center. Cassia. How tiring. The motley sea of colors that fills the restless crowd is hard on the eyes. So many hues, but most of them are in acrid yellow streaks of fear. Their red buds swelling, ready to burst and paint all who are gathered here. Cassia looks at the crowd of troublemakers wearily, and they shudder at the very sight of her. As for the hearts of those who have been forced to defend themselves, they're shrouded in purplish-black grief, but their words are as transparent as the ice that lies at the top of a glacier. But commoners are always deaf to other suffering, for such is their nature. Interfering in their affairs is hardly worthy of you or me, von Valentius. Those are some serious accusations you're spouting. I hope you have proof to back them up. I am the master of Kiava Gamma, and if these people are my subjects, then I am the only one who can decide what to do with them. I command the onlookers to disperse. As for the rest of you, go to the docks and await further instructions. All onlookers are to return to their homes immediately. The refugees can go to Dock Alpha Row. I'll speak to you later. Comply or face consequences. Nod at the rabble-rousers in the crowd. The people before you insult those instated by the throne to be above them, and thus deserve death. Well, if they are from one of the planets that are owned by our dynasty, then I suppose it would be our responsibility to deal with them. So let's send them to the docks. Hey, you heard what his lordship said? Get to the docks. The rabble-rousers turns to you and bows deeply. Don't worry, you nun, your lordship. We'll go with these people. We'll watch them and make sure they keep their traps shut about you. You don't gotta do that. The hand. The arrogance and self-righteousness of a malefactor. The priest shakes his head disapprovingly, then his eyes shift to you. I am Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso, head of the Drusian mission here on Footfall. I thank you for stepping in. Please see me when you have the time. We can talk then. Ute. I'm just trying to open a box. Why is Abelard over here? Oh, maybe it was Abelard that left. Okay, I guess everybody is coming out here. Just want this. Great. Okay, now let's go back here. Clerk. There's an odd smell to this amasec. It seems very likely that the drink has been poisoned. Patch on the servitor's uniform reads, property of House Bellardo. Ooh.
A new challenge for me.
Okay. Delia. The girl dressed in expensive clothes raises her sad little face to you and says in a serious voice, "Hello." That's a little girl. She looks like a full-grown adult. Who are you and what are you doing here? Hiding. She hesitates for a moment. I thought I was going to cry and I didn't want anyone to see. My name is Adelia Bilardo. It's my grandpa in there, in the box. Argenta's face softens. She reaches out and gently strokes Adelia's head. The tears will pass, Adelia. The tears will pass, the strength will return, and your courage will never leave you. Adelia tries to smile, then just nods seriously. Where are your parents? My dad is Cass Bilardo. He's with the guests, and my mom ran away. She told me she hates my dad and grandpa. I guess she hates me too. I don't know. It was a long time ago. I don't even miss her anymore. I miss grandpa. He was the nicest. She presses her lips together and lets out a very quiet, very unchildlike sigh. You ever heard the name Fidelio? It's someone my dad was very mad at. But dad is always mad at everyone. At grandpa, mom, Dagon, Chaplain. Did he ever mention the word repentance to you? He did. That word kept appearing in our house and nobody knew who wrote it. It used to make Grandpa happy when I was little. He always smiled when he saw it. But then later, when I was a little bigger, and Grandpa was already old, it stopped making him happy. He was sad. He would just sit there and stare at nothing, and after that, when he got sick, she stops, her big eyes glistening with tears. When he got sick, the writing started to scare him. More and more of it appeared. Repentance, repentance, repentance. Even in his bedroom. One time he pointed at the word and said something very weird, about dead eyes, and about cobras going to class. What? Abelard, who was looking at her with sympathy, narrows his eyes. What did you say? Cobras going to class? Are you sure that's what your grandfather said? Oh, are cobras? Didn't we just fight 2 Cobra class destroyers earlier? Maybe that's a reference to void ships. I don't know what going to class means though. Of course I'm sure. When Grandpa was ill, I sat with him, but this one time he just started talking about cobras. I was sad, but it was also a little funny. Cobra, get to class, he said. Abelard strokes his beard. Abelard has a beard? I guess he does have facial hair. Yeah. Perhaps this is the old Navy officer in me talking, but I'm almost certain he wasn't talking about a snake, but a Cobra class destroyer. Cobra going to class, you see. Ah. Yes. Maybe. Someone left strange words in the Book of Remembrance as if they were from Fidelio. That wasn't your doing by any chance? Huh, that would have been a funny prank. Her eyes light up a little. But I don't play pranks. It was someone else. Maybe Fidelio did it very quietly. Or maybe it was someone who's not on the list, but also somebody nobody would expect. Goodbye.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Strange things are happening here. Chaplain. Up close, Chaplain leaves an even stronger impression. A tall, burly man whose face and hands bear numerous scars. His entire visage seems to tell a story of many heretics who met their end upon their encounter with this adept of true faith. Chaplain gives you a respectful nod. May St. Drusus protect you from illness and misfortune. I'm surprised to see a noble figure such as yourself here. Did you know Master Bilardo? Nope. Then I will consider this a stroke of good luck. Dens would be chuffed to have someone of yours standing at his funeral. I just didn't see a point in lying. Call all parties involved. It's time to discuss the matter of the will. The esteemed Master Bilardo was a pirate. So Bilardo has left all his worldly possessions to a certain Fidelio. Who is this mysterious person? Given your speech during the ceremony, I take it you're not fond of the other attendees. Then I will... Oop. There we go. I'm a missionary of St. Drusus, and the truth of the Imperium speaks through me. I see no point in pretense. All who have gathered here have one goal, to bite a chunk out of Denz's estate. Ambition and aspirations of wealth are not immoral in and of themselves, but... He grimaces. It's just that I'm sickened by the thought that such a great man has left nothing but a pile of human refuse. His son is a drunk and a weakling. His friend, Dagon, the one who greeted you at the entrance, is a dim-witted brute with an incredibly bloated ego. His widow made off with the family yacht in the direction of the Maw while his body was still warm, with an entourage of 5 brawny, good-looking fellows. He was a pirate. Chaplain chuckles. The scars on his face grow even more prominent. Do you know why they call me Chaplain? It's because I was the priest on Denz's ship in his wilder days. If you're surprised, you shouldn't be. There's plenty of heretic scum among the pirates of the Expanse, but Denz wasn't one of them. He was a true believer. He shared more of the Imperium's ideals than some of those stiff-necked officers. A leader with an iron fist and an iron will. Don't we owe our conquest of thousands of star systems to people like that? And the ones he robbed were mostly types that no true subject of the Imperium would shed a tear over. Xenos, heretics, not all of them, of course, but the Emperor's Light will judge if Denz was a decent man. So he left all his possessions to Fidelio. Who dat? I haven't the faintest idea, and I think that no one present knows either, or 24 hired killers would have already begun a manhunt for this Fidelio, wherever they may be hiding. This is, after all, a significant inheritance, and the other claimants are not exactly pleased at being left out of the will. Chaplain's eyes narrow a little. I can see you're intrigued. I must say I am too. Ever since I heard of my friend's death, I can't stop thinking about the mystery of his will. You have the Von Valencius name and title. Perhaps you can pull out more out of the guests here than I could. Here's the only clue I've got. Denz mentioned the name Fidelio to me only once. It was a long time ago. He was very drunk. He latched onto my robe and said, I hope that these are his exact words, I owe Fidelio, if not for the repentance. Maybe... I'll say it in a second. Argenta, how strange. Aren't you Master Bellardo's confessor, Chaplain? How could anyone other than you have told him to repent? I didn't, that's for sure. I can't imagine what he meant by it. Maybe repentance is the name of a Cobra-class destroyer? Like, repentance could be a name, not actual repentance. Maybe that's why he brought up the Cobra class to his granddaughter there. And he said, what did he just say there? If not for the repentance. Yeah, so maybe the repentance is a ship that, and maybe Fidelio is a captain of that ship or something who saved him from something. I am not going to intervene in the inheritance because I don't see a reason to. Not yet. Let's go talk to other people. We'll report back to him after. Anyone else here? Chartist Pendant. Wearer gains +5 fellowship and 10 commerce. If they have dogmatic adherent or above, their lower Imperium will defend on fellowship instead of intelligence. They also gain +10 lower Imperium. Okay. That's kind of just a better version of what we just took off of this thing here. Ancient Terra Monacle. Ooh, and it goes in a slot that Vaughn has nothing in. Perfect. Now we don't have adherent or above for dogmatic yet. But still, it's a 5 to fellowship, 10 to commerce, and 10 to lore imperium. Can't say no to that. Yeah, adherent is rank 2. Need 19 more dogmatic points. Good find. Oop. Is that it? Is everybody here? Chaplain, Adelia, and
They say a little bit of humility never hurt anyone.
first mate.
I help others better themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
The amasec that you ordered your servitor to remove was poisoned. What a fascinating coincidence. He looks at you in the eye. Poisoned? No, it can't be. It must have been a bad batch. Okay, great. He denies it.
None shall stand in my way.
Let's talk to Adelia one more time. Nope, nothing there. Okay, well. Let's discuss what we've found, I guess. I'd like to discuss with you what I've been able to uncover in regards to the mysterious Fidelio. So, Den's mentioned Fidelio and repentance. Yes, but what could it mean? I think I might know the answer. Yes, it could be the name of a ship. The chaplain's eyes flashed momentarily. A ship called the Repentance. I'm not sure, but you might be right. Now that you've said that, I've remembered an interesting detail. About 12 years back, there was an attempt on Denz's life. Not many could have even gotten close to him, let alone wound him. But that assassin was a master of her craft. Denz was a hardy fellow, and that's what saved him. That and his trusty implants. But the medics pretty much had to put him back together from scratch. When he finally emerged from the hands of the Sawbones, months after the attempted assassination, he kept chuckling about her being a sharp one, and that she was real angry with him for burning her father, or her husband, I don't recall. But he was a ship captain. I vaguely remember that conversation, but I'm almost certain that ship was called the Repentance, and that Denz even knew the names of the captain and the proud would-be avenger. The woman's name was Leona or something like that, and her last name, I wouldn't be surprised if it sounded similar to Fidelio. What do you think it's her? It's my best guess. Let me remind you what he said. I owe Fidelio, if not for the Repentance. Who else could he have been indebted to, if not a vengeful daughter or lover or whoever she was, of a captain he'd killed? It would be a very Denz thing to do, to leave all the money not to his wimp of a son, nor his idiot first mate, but to the cunning lass who almost killed him. What happened to the woman? She got away after the attempt, but I know Denz sent mercenaries after her almost immediately. Whether he found her or not, that I don't know. It seems unlikely he did, because if he'd settled the score with her, he wouldn't then go and put her in his will, would he? Okay, so we may have cleared that up. Seems so. If we guessed right, all that's left is Fidelio and the will. Not long before his death, Denz mentioned something about dead eyes looking at him. That's strange. Who could have looked at him like that in his own home? Some errant servo skull that was passing by? Maybe it was nothing more than a dying man's delusion. There's an entry in the Book of Remembrance about repentance. The writing looks fresh. Could Fidelio have left it? Huh, that's odd. I've been watching the guests and I know everyone here. If you're not Fidelio, then no one here is Fidelio. Well, unless they were able to get in undetected. I mean, if they pulled off a almost successful assassination attempt on him, then they're probably capable of that. The area around the book is completely open. If Chaplin is telling the truth and he really does know all the guests by sight, then the words could only have been left by someone with free run of the courtyard, someone who wouldn't attract attention. I have serious reason to suspect that someone here wanted to kill Fidelio. Of course they did, and they still do, and they'll keep trying. The inheritance is no trifle, after all, and the claimants aren't exactly the placid type. Chaplin shrugs as if he's talking about something mundane. Let's go over everything we know. Den supposedly left his possessions to Fidelio, a woman who wanted to take revenge on him for killing the captain of the ship Repentance. The word repentance is written in the Book of Remembrance, and the entry is new. Does this mean that our Fidelio is somewhere close by? We also know something about dead eyes and the fact that the courtyard is completely open. I don't think an unknown person could have gotten in here and left those words in the book. Well, Lord von Valancius, now it's all in your hands. I'm no sleuth and don't know what to do with all these clues. If you have some thoughts about Fidelio's whereabouts, find her. If not, come back to me. We still need to send Dens on his way and deal with the matter of his estate. Where they might be.
Victory awaits! It's about time.
Could they be a servitor? Bid. Servitor. If you didn't know what to look for, it would be easy to overlook this servitor, which may have once been a woman. The servitor's implants and mechanical nature of its movements, the empty gaze, it's all there, but... Are you Fidelio? Silence. The servitor's eyelids flutter slightly, its gaze staring off into space. Deep inside its single human eye, dark as a well, a spark seems to flicker. Or is it just your imagination? Repentance. Oh god. What are we doing? The single word causes the servitor's body to twist in a violent spasm. Something akin to a sob or growl builds in its throat, and its mechanical appendages jerk convulsively. Chaplin's tall figure appears next to you. So this is our heir, right? He pauses, mulling it over, then gestures for the administratum clerk who gave the opening speech to approach. The inventory of Dens's possessions. What does it say about this servitor? Let's see here. Let's see. One moment. Section B 1740. Personal effects of the deceased. Subsection servitors. Here it is. Oh, this is a rare one-of-a-kind unit, commissioned personally by Master Bellardo 12 years ago. The main function of this servitor is cleaning the house, bedrooms, vestibules, bathrooms. In accordance with Master Bellardo's wishes, its free will was completely eradicated, and the parts of its brain that regulated pleasure responses were destroyed, but to a large extent its memory and awareness were preserved. Chaplain, is everything clear to you now? I believe so. Didn't I tell you that Dens, after he survived the assassination attempt, sent a whole squad of mercenaries to hunt down the woman who tried to kill him? Looks like he found her. Chaplain nods at the servitor. She was allowed to keep her memory and some semblance of awareness, so I suppose the mysterious writing of repentance both here in the book and back at Dens' home were done by her. The question that remains, of course, is why Dens would make a servitor his heir. This is either his last and cruelest joke, or an incredibly ham-fisted attempt to make amends on his deathbed. I'd like to believe that it was the former. Can a servitor even inherit? This matter requires further investigation. We'll have to go over the codices, bylaws, statutes, regulations from the last 400 years or so. The clerk pales a little, but we'll find the answer sooner or later. Chaplain. Or we could ask Lord von Valentius to settle the matter in the name of his dynasty. This is Footfall, after all. If a rogue trader says that a servitor can inherit, then that's how it's going to be. Oh boy. Why you gotta make me make this decision? As you wish, your lordship. This ought to be good. I would ask the esteemed guest to stay for a moment longer. I was going to announce Dens' last will and testament after he was delivered into the flames, but the circumstances dictated otherwise. And so, according to the deceased will, all of Belardo's fortune goes, not to his worthless son Kaz, not to his brainless mate Dagon, but to Fidelio, a mysterious new heir. However, I believe a certain party would like to intervene in this process. Chaplain looks straight at you and chuckles. Okay. Point at the servitor. Who among you knows this woman? What about the story of the ship named Repentance? I wish to hear it all. I am Rogue Trader von Valentius, and as such I am vested with complete authority on Footfall. I hereby exercise that authority by voiding the will of the pirate Dens Belardo and confiscating his fortune in its entirety. Iconoclast follower. The only one here who truly loved Dens is his granddaughter Adelia Belardo. She inherits his fortune. I find that Kaz Belardo should inherit his fortune by right of blood. Dagon, Dens' first mate, deserves to be the heir. Well, definitely not these. Well, these are proclamations. This is a question. Let's find out if anybody knows the deal here. That's the cleaner servitor from our house. What's there to know about her? Her only outstanding quality is that it's hilarious how she wobbles and flaps her gabbers about when you kick her out of the way. Jesus. I don't know about the servitor. I've got better things to do in life than look at furniture. And the ship, I think there was one Cobra by that name or something similar. They were pretty gentle with it. Boarded it, I mean. Dens was on top of his game that day. After the battle, he dragged their captain to the bridge all tied up and sat him at the table with us. We were going through the captain's amoseg. You sure you want to hear everything? Oh boy. Go on to Fidelio. Today you watch your enemies die. It's all in the past. Let's not spill any more blood. Chaplain, take care of this poor soul. May she live out her days in peace. End her. Farewell, Fidelio. Rest in peace. I do want to hear more. Anyway, the three of us sat there, me, Dens, and the captain of the Repentance, as the boys brought whoever was left of their crew one by one, and we popped them. I bet Hawkeye over there remembers. He was there too, and so were the twins. He nods at a few of the other guests. We three watched, and when the party drew to a close, we threw the captain on top of the pile of his crew's bodies, and as was Dens' way, torched him alive. Those were good times. It's a real shame Dens quit. They kept thinking if he hadn't fallen for this, whatchamacallit, peaceful life, maybe he would have checked out. Maybe he would have lived another 20 years. Fidelio is standing in a typical servitor pose, eyes staring into space. Only the grips of its metallic appendages are trembling slightly, perhaps caused by a malfunction, or perhaps by suppressed emotion looking for release. What does Vaughn think of this? I'm torn between, well, honestly, these three. Like, these guys suck. Like, real bad. So I wouldn't mind getting rid of them. Take care of this poor soul. May she live out her days in peace. I mean, she really needs to be ended. Like, this is nightmarish. Like, we destroyed those servitors on our ship, too, that were kind of like this, where they had regained cognizance, because it's not like you can fix them. They're always going to be trapped in a mutilated form that and treated like like the guy said here, furniture. Like, they're not even second class citizens. They're horribly mistreated. So, like, living out her days in peace, like, she's a servitor. Like, this seems like a punishment more than anything. I don't know if Vaughn feels strongly enough about this to just start murdering people here. Even if they are, or were, pirates. I guess they are pirates. Gotta be careful that the young one here doesn't die in the ensuing firefight. I think I don't know how Vaughn feels about servitors. I haven't really thought about it too much. I mean, beyond the problem we had before that I just referenced. Maybe he's got a soft spot for servitors for some reason. There'd have to be a big reason why. That would be very uncommon in the Imperium, especially for one in his position. We'll come up with something retroactively. I really just want to take these guys out. End our stream today with a firefight. Kaz Bellardo, the first to guess where this is going, falls to his knees. Mercy, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm not a pirate, not a cutthroat, just a harmless drunk, and a single father to boot. Get out of my sight. The rest of you, prepare to die. It's time to purge this world of its pirate scum. Oh good, he's taking her with him. I'm glad they're all waiting until they're way off screen. Dirtbags, this is the last time I deal with nobles. Yep, it sure is.
I won't heed your cries of mercy. I will fight if I must.
Okay, I'm glad Chaplain's not fighting. Chaplain was okay. It's everyone else that sucks. I guess Cleric is fighting us too. Or Clerk. Let's put Vaughn there. Argenta really can't. Yeah, could go there, I guess. Cassia and Idra. Gate. This is just the way we open. Point of curiosity. Boop. Very good. We can oh, the servitors are fighting us too.
If I may. Emperor, deliver us!
Okay, now it's actually Vaughn's turn.
Not my specialty.
Tricky getting this into the right spot. Alright, there we go. And we can do voice of command. I'm gonna do Pascal and have
Suits
him
my purposes.
test out his new Thunderhammer.
Running binary override. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
And we could have somebody move. Really don't need to. Target's next attack ignores cover, double effective distance. There's people back there too.
Oh, my ears.
Good lord. Alright,
I know what is to come.
put Idra here.
Anything else?
Taking cover behind the coffin. If anybody's ever seen the Hot Shots movies, reminds me of a scene where they're at the funeral and the guy's taking cover behind the coffin lid. He's throwing grenades at the people doing the whatever it's called, the salute where they shoot the guns into the air. He starts having like an episode because of it. Starts throwing grenades and shooting at them. It's like, God, I love a good funeral. That's where we're at now. Let's do the prey on the combat servitor. Dagon. And clerk. And unfortunately, we can't shoot either of them here. Who's next? Dagon. Well, I guess... Yeah, let's shoot the
Was
servitor.
that you? Just as I foretold.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
What a rush!
Negligible.
Abelard. Make him our sworn enemy. Let's do a reckless strike too. And before we attack, let's do a endure and a brace
At
for
your beck and call.
impact. And then we swing away.
Indeed.
High momentum.
And let's do a
No
daring
matter the cost.
breach as well.
It will be done. One fewer target.
Get rid of these
Victory is I took care of
gunners
this
in the
one.
back. Okay.
My vow is to serve. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Running by Nerrick override.
Boom. Can't move now though. Oh, it looks like that. Huh. Everybody's got those targets on them now. The ability is still very new to me.
High momentum.
await the Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Alright, we only got 3 left, it looks like. Try moving the servitor over
I'm
here.
not accustomed to being ordered around.
Get that attack of opportunity. Now he's in range of our thunder hammer.
I am a navigator.
Can have
not a
Pascal
servitor.
take a turn.
The Omnissiah condemns you.
Dead man.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Let's give this a try.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Ah. Could have killed him. She can give us another turn, though. Who do we want to give another turn? I don't think Idra can see this person, but maybe... Maybe Pascal can get over there? Not quite, but he can move up here and take a plasma shot at least. $33.
Running binaric override. The scriptural prognosis is
Jesus. Yeah, that'll do it.
running binaric override.
And finally, it is Vaughn's turn. Vaughn's gonna dirty his new sword.
Nothing of value has been lost.
He did it. Oh, we're not done though. Who's still alive here? Oh, someone over there. Idra should be able to take them out.
Nothing I can't do.
Okay.
That is not my destiny. Will do. On it.
Can Abelard get all the way over here? Probably not.
A tactically sound approach.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Person cannot be hit. Oh my god.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
What are they made of?
Doubt is for the weak.
Alright, this will work. There we go. Chaplain is observing the carnage unfazed. Dens would approve of a funeral like this. Now what? What are we going to do with Fidelio? The servitor woman is standing still. It feels as if her dead eyes are staring at Dagon's corpse, but it could be mere coincidence. Oof. This is exactly the kind of decision I didn't want to make. There's still the unresolved matter of Denz's inheritance. Chaplain shrugs. The rightful heir can't exactly make use of it, as you can see. And thanks to your hard work, the other claimants have no more claim to lay. You want to take the fortune for yourself? I think Denz would say you're welcome to it. He liked people like you. People with gumption. Sure. Chaplain nods. Then he glances at the servitor woman. What about her? I mean, I can't. Ooh. If she wasn't a servitor, I would be like, take care of her. This poor woman has gone through too much. She deserves some peace and quiet for the rest of her life. But no, she's a brutalized half corpse. I'm sure she probably would prefer death. Join her family. Yeah. I do think Vaughn would do that as well. Farewell, Fidelio. Both you and the Repentance have been avenged. The whole sword, huh? Jesus. A simple pistol shot would have sufficed, Vaughn. Emperor, accept thy servant's soul, Chaplain says in a hollow voice. Chaplain looks at the coffin. I'd like to say goodbye to my old friend. I imagine the crematorium has the furnaces up and running already, but I feel like it would just it would be kind of sad to just shove Denz in there like that. He was known as Jerrycan Denz, and he loved having his enemies drenched in promethium and burned. I think it'd be a nice gesture to send him on his way in the same fashion. Thankfully, it's easy enough to procure a jerrycan of promethium on Footfall. Abelard nods in approval. Fitting. Chaplain gives you a sidelong glance. Want to stay and watch? I mean, we may as well. We're inheriting all of his assets. The least we can do is see him out. I don't know about with pleasure being the response, but I will. Let's get started, I guess. I like Chaplain. He's really not bothered by anything. Jesus, standing a little close there, bud. Okay. They are gone. Great. Got some corpses. The Ripper. the better auto gun, it looks like. Slightly less damage, but it's got 2 more shots for its rate of fire. So, kind of an upgrade. Leather armor. M40 auto gun. Radical follower. Leather armor. Chainsword. Arsonist bracers. Bracers grant +5 bonus to tech use and increase damage from flame weapons by 3. Some neat stuff there. Improved body gloves, sniper rifle. Could probably get rid of those. Okay. Let's go through our inventory and equip whatever whatever we want here, I guess. Leather armor. Yeah, it's just the same as chainmail, but it's got the 5% armor against humans. That's what she has. Same thing. Get rid of all those. Oops. Where'd that other gun go? Oh, here it is. It's 1 to 2 more damage, 5% less pen, 1 less rate of fire, 4 more range. Everything else is the same. Yeah. We could give her the great sword. Seems kind of silly, but I don't know. 90% dodge. I really don't know what else I would give her. Precise las pistol. Something with really good accuracy, ideally. This is what she had. Oh, the pistol has Deadeye shot. Shorter range. Less ammo. More pen. Kind of like the pistol more. Yeah. Let's give her the pistol. She does most of her damage with her powers. Just not really any reason not to give him something else. Really don't have anyone to use stuff like these. I mean, we could do... Vaughn could have the great sword and one of these auto guns. I just really like the pistol and sword. Again, purely for aesthetic reasons. The sword actually kind of sucks on him because it uses 3 AP to attack. Well, for the cleave, the normal strike is 2, but normally it's 1, so it kind of sucks. But it does do the disturbed effect, which is neat, but that's better on somebody else. Can't get over how big that sword is. Alright, here's what we'll do. We'll do the stupid sword and the faux hammer, and then we'll do the rifle. Won't do the great sword. How do those compare to the thunder hammer? They don't really. Well, the thunder hammer does less damage. It's 2 to 3 less. But it's 30% less pen. And the thunder slam has a bigger area. And it has shove. He just loses parry chance. I think the thunder hammer's better. Well, that's the great sword. This is the serrated great sword, which is even less pen, and it's got the crit hit effect, stacking laceration. Nah, yeah, thunder hammer's the way to go. There. Now we could give Abelard a great sword. However, I think we took chain expert on him. Maybe. That's not Abelard. Yeah. Plus 4 max damage. I wonder if that's factored in here already. Oh, it should say here 8 to 12, 15 pen. Yeah. 13 to 20. Yeah, let's do that. And then he's got the shotgun for range. That works better, I think. Okay. And we'll level up. And we'll save up and wrap for the night. Got our first pick of a new ability here, it looks like. For our new archetypes. Kill zone stratagem. Choose one of the combat tactics areas. For 1 round, all enemies in that area are forced to re-roll successful dodge and parry tests against all attacks. Enemies that suffer damage are left with less than that wounds immediately die. Choose a combat tactics area. For 1 round, all attacks by allies in the area inflict the overwhelm effect on any Enemy that fails a willpower resistance test for 1 round, causing them to suffer reduced ballistic skill, rate of fire, and weapon skill. Additionally, melee creatures have their movement points reduced, and ranged creatures try to get behind cover. Choose a combat tactics area for 1 round. Allies in the area gain armor, cannot be overpenned, gain immunity to the prone effect, and gain deflection against area attacks. Additionally, they don't suffer injuries for receiving damage. Neat. Okay, so these all involve choosing a area. Choose an area, 1 round. All allies in range of the cells gain the ability to move to that. Wait, what? For 1 round, all allies within range of the Grand Strategist int bonus plus fellowship bonus, so 9. Within range of 9 cells, gain the ability to move to that area. These movements don't provoke attacks of opportunity and don't spend MP. Huh. In the ability to move to that area. That seems really interesting. For 1 round, the targeted area's bonuses are doubled. Other tactical areas are discharged and can't be used this turn, but can be designated again next round. For 1 round, allies in the area gain cover efficiency and reroll all failed characteristic tests. And they don't suffer any cover. Oh, cover in the area doesn't suffer any damage. I want to try this blitz stratagem. All allies within 9 cells gain the ability to move to that area. It doesn't spend MP. And it doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity. That seems really good. I do like my extra movement. Pascal. Make an attack. He makes an attack that doesn't count towards the limit of attacks per turn and doesn't block his movement, but only deals 25% of the base damage. If successful, the target suffers the hemorrhage effect. At the beginning of each of the target's turn, they suffer rending damage that ignores damage, armor and deflection. For 1 round, the assassin becomes the lowest priority target for enemy attacks and gains the elusive effect. He can move through enemies, gains dodge reduction, his attacks deal more damage, and all half cover provides 50% cover efficiency. Makes enemies suffer a reduction to armor and deflection until the end of his turn. If there's only 1 enemy adjacent to them, he gains increased dodge until his next turn. If there's no enemies adjacent, they gain dodge reduction until their next turn. 1 enemy within 10 cells. Dashes in a straight line for 2 cells, suffering reduction to his weapon skill bonus, less damage from attacks of opportunity, and gaining dodge against enemies as they dash through until the next turn. Dodge reduction against the enemies they dash through. If the assassin hasn't dashed through any enemies, they at the end of their turn they gain cover efficiency. After the first use, the assassin can use this ability again for free. He attacks and grants 40% dodge to the target for this attack. If it hits, it deals additional damage. If it hits an opening, it also increases damage. Next single target attack has minus 50% armor pen penalty with a minimum of 0 and plus 10 lethality. If it's a melee attack, the target rotates 180 degrees. The enemy's dodge and parry against this attack is equal to 0% until the start of this enemy's turn. If it's a ranged attack, the target is forced to move to the closest cell in a 3-cell range with no adjacent cover facing towards the assassin. This movement provokes attacks of opportunity. Gonna grab the dash. Vanguard gains parry until the end of their next turn. Whenever he parries an attack, he immediately makes an attack of opportunity. Vanguard and allies around them gain temporary wounds. All affected allies take 50% less damage from the next attack. Lasts until the start of his next turn. The start of their next turn, the Vanguard, until the start of their next turn, the Vanguard gains damage deflection against ranged attacks equal to the number of stacks of Unyielding Beacon on the Vanguard. Oh, there's Unyielding Beacon. I don't know why I didn't see that before. Additionally, becomes immune to push and forced movement effects. Forces an enemy in their melee range to immediately attack the Vanguard. All of the Vanguard's allies who are wielding melee weapons and adjacent to the enemy make an attack of opportunity. Vanguard chooses an ally. All enemies in 3-cell radius around the ally must make a willpower test. On a failed test, the Vanguard becomes their priority target. Regardless of the resistance test results, the chosen ally does not provoke attacks of opportunity from these enemies. Can shoot the enemies in melee range and move as if not in range of attacks of opportunity. Till the start of their next turn, the Vanguard gains damage and armor pen against enemies in a 2-cell radius around him. All allies. Additionally, when the ability is cast, all allies in a 2-cell radius around them gain following ability, which gives them 0 AP, 2 movement points. They can move to any cell adjacent to the Vanguard without provoking attacks of opportunity. Just grabbing a bunch of movement heavy options here. Eight wounds, maybe. Agility, could bring agility up to 50. Let's do that one. Argenta. Her next attack, if it hits, will cause the target to make a toughness resistance test with a penalty. If failed, the target will suffer a negative effect based on the attack's damage type. Impact knocks the target prone for 1 round. I think it's all impact damage she deals. Maybe the power weapon counts as energy. I'm not sure. Probably not. That's probably like plasma. Oh, power swords and axes count as energy and rending, while power hammers count as energy and impact. Attacks that combine several types of damage benefit from each effect. Oh. Okay. She immediately gains movement points. If she has stacks of versatility, the stacks are doubled until the end of the turn, but they get dropped after. Next attack costs 0 AP, will not count towards the attack limit this turn, and grants a stack of versatility even if the attack type is the same as the last attack. Cost of the ability is reduced by 1 for every 4 stacks of versatility. Gains a cautious approach effect until the end of combat, or until this ability is used again, or until using confident approach. Instead of the usual bonuses from versatility, she gains dodge and parry for every stack. She already has 4 or more stacks of versatility. She removes all debuff effects from themselves and becomes immune, as well as stun and prone, for as long as she keeps cautious approach active. Same thing, but it grants dodge reduction and parry reduction and ignores 5% of enemy cover for every stack. All of her attacks score critical hits, but her crit damage is reduced. Kick makes a melee attack with a kick, dealing damage instead of weapon damage. This attack does not count towards the attack limit and counts as a single melee attack for the purposes of versatility. Cannot be parried and will push the target 2 cells away. Huh. The devastating attack seemed really good. I like kick as well. Reckless rush. Yeah, let's do devastating attack. Oh god. Okay, so for her, what is she? Master Tactician. She's got gains 1 damage and 1 additional damage for every 10 stacks of tactical advantage she has, but she loses half of her stacks. The effect stacks and lasts until the end of combat. If the target uses a... Oh, it's a target. Okay. If the target uses a heroic act before the beginning of her next turn, they gain 25 momentum. Ooh. That one's pretty good. Target ally or the Master Tactician gains 1 resolve for every 5 stacks of tactical advantage she has, but loses half their stacks. Lasts until the end of combat, until the beginning of their next turn. She gains stacks of tactical advantage equal to a percentage of all momentum the target gains. Target gains temporary wounds. Okay, so these are all kind of the same, but this is temporary wounds, resolve, and damage. And then there's an additional effect that's conditional on them doing something else. Whenever the target loses temporary wounds from damage, they gain momentum equal to the temporary wounds lost. Okay, those are all pretty cool. Tactician marks an enemy. If the enemy is killed by one of the master's allies before the beginning of their next turn, the ally gains momentum and +5 to all characteristics until the end of combat. She suffers direct damage equal to 20% of her max wounds, but gains stacks of tactical advantage and resets the cooldown of all of these. Can only be used on enemies with the unfinished business effect. What is that? I don't know what that is. Him. This effect is applied to enemies which were attacked by her allies and have less than half of their wounds remaining. She immediately attacks the target with a single shot or strike, doesn't count towards her attack limit, and deals half of max damage, plus 3. Oh. I think we might give her one of these powers, though. Creates a 3-cell radius. Any creature inside it that enters it or ends their turn in it, not under the effects of apathy, makes a resistance test. If they fail, they're immobilized. After a round passes under the effect, they have to make a resistance test to remove it. Failure stuns them for a round, removes apathy, makes the creature immune to further effects from this. Creatures in a 3x3 zone make a test or immediately move out of the zone, even if they are stunned or immobilized. This attack, movement triggers attacks of opportunity, but 3x3, so it's a smaller radius than Point of Curiosity, but it is similar. I don't know if we need 3 abilities that do that, though. Enemies in a 1-cell radius around the point must pass a willpower test. Those who fail, even if they are stunned or immobilized, immediately gain an extra turn where they attack their allies. Every time an enemy becomes the target of this power again during the same combat, they get an extra bonus to resist it. I do like that one. I like that this is only 1 AP, though. Immediately move out of the area. No, I think we're gonna do the extra damage. Just so we can make more use out of her keystone feature here. She's really not doing anything with it at the moment. She's got plenty going on with powers. Oh boy. Next attack deals additional ballistic skill bonus damage. It is 4. Enemy armor is reduced against all of her attacks until the end of combat. If their armor is reduced below 20%, their dodge is also reduced against her attacks, and her next attack deals more damage. Makes a free single attack with a selected weapon. It always hits, doesn't enter movement, but deals only a percentage of the normal damage. Every third enemy killed by Claim the Bounty gives her +1 charge to hunt down the prey. Ooh. Like that one. Next attack during this turn has 100% over penetration and extra armor penetration. Okay. Oh, and these... Okay, so the prey at the bottom is if they're marked with hunt down the prey, there's an extra effect. The target is marked. The armor and dodge reduction granted by Call the Bold also works for the attacks of their allies. If she kills a target marked, she receives 2 AP. Whoa. I think it's going to be that one. Next attack that hits the target marked is always a critical. Ooh. Whenever the ally attacks the target marked as prey, it deals additional damage and gains half of her bonuses to crit chance and damage granted by hunt down the prey. Designates a target in a 10-cell radius as trailed and finishes the turn. All allies gain increased crit chance against the trailed enemy. 15% if their difficulty tier is more than equal to or more than 5. If an ally kills a trailed enemy, she gains an additional turn after that ally's turn with all of her action and movement points remaining from the moment it was used. She gains additional movement points. The cooldown is reset. When it's used for the 3rd time, she recovers 1 charge of hunt down the prey. I like that one as well. It's actually more like what I wanted her to do with her psychic powers. Sets a trap in a free cell. I don't think so. Allies in the area gain more dodge. Dodge chance reduced. Rating 2. Target gains a +8 to intelligence, perception, fellowship, and willpower until the end of combat. Blinded, suffer additional penalty. All characteristics reduced by blindness. Must make a test. Psi rating 3. Prescience or foreboding. Psyker's next turn is moved up by 2 turns in the round initiative sequence. Can allow them to have 2 turns in a round. Ooh. Allies affected by Psyker power gain perfect timing. When they dodge or parry an attack, if this ally has a weapon capable of reaching the attacker and has an attack that costs 1 or less, the ally immediately counterattacks with this weapon. Okay. Alright, well I really liked the not that one. This one? Claim the bounty. Anything that lets her shoot more will be nice. You usually can't do that. Okay. We did it. Like I said, those are all brand new to me. I haven't seen any of those before, so I had to acquaint myself with them. Alright, let's we just saved, so we're good. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up here tonight. That was pretty good. Footfall has already offered us quite a few mission hooks, it seems. That little mystery at the funeral was pretty fun. We'll have to go meet with Ladame Dokara next time. Actually, I think the next thing we'll do is we'll go talk to the priest over there, Hieronymus. He's just outside of this zone we're in here, so we'll go see what's up with him, and then we'll probably go to Ladame after that. So that'll be a Thursday, I think. Yeah, a couple days. Tomorrow we'll be back for Monster Hunter. And I think I'm probably not streaming Friday and Saturday. Should be busy. Anyways. Alright, yeah, that's it for me tonight. So thank you all for stopping by. And I'll see you next time. Bye.